Alright guys, so we go with Tundra for game number 1 here between Eshwar and the Wicked Lord. So neither of these players have actually played in a show match before. So welcome aboard to both of them, and big thank you to the pair of them for signing up. So spawning here on the lower side of the map, we've got Eshwar, the orange Egyptian player, taking that fairly safe wood line. Doesn't really have any others to go for other than this one down here, but it's a bit out of the way. Not really enough trees there to really warrant going for that. Meanwhile, his opponent, the Wicked Lord, welcome. He's onto his hunt. He hasn't actually cleared all the deer, which is a bit dangerous because a lot of the time they'll just scatter if he's not careful with that. While he's scouting out, hasn't taken a wood storehouse yet, but he's quicker on that hunt storehouse. Eshwar's moved on to his now though, so another player's taken a really quick dock yet, but Wicked Lord's got, actually has got a pretty quick dock. Take that back. Sending a lot of villagers down, so I wonder if he's gonna, maybe distance gather there. Although I'm not sure if that's such a good idea considering that increases the amount of travel time. Perhaps he was better off going with the strategy Eshwar's gone for, where he's gone for the wood storehouse earlier, gathered a little bit more wood, later dock, but he's probably going to have pretty similar time for his first fishing ship. And ultimately, because the Wicked Lord is going to have this little bit of travel time already with his wood gathering, even though he's saved 50 wood with the storehouse, he's not going to come out any further ahead, I don't think. In fact, Eshwar does have a quicker fishing boat in production, so his macro a little bit stronger so far. Wicked Lord actually going for hunting dogs though, so not a bad choice that one. I really like the tech myself, and he's already got 4 villagers on the hunt, so it's probably going to be worth just as much as the first fishing ship for him, really. Getting an early loom too, so he's probably anticipating an early attack from Eshwar. And to my knowledge, Eshwar is Egypt only player? I'm not exactly sure. Definitely an Egypt main from memory. I've only ever played him on his Egypt. Never actually played into the Wicked Lord myself, I think. Or I might have once or twice. Not super familiar with both players, but yeah, welcome aboard to the Showmatches, guys. And just wanted to reiterate one of the announcements is that there is going to be a rework of the UI and the chests in the game, so big shout outs to the dev team for doing that. It's on the way, should be here in time for Romans, if not a little bit quicker. We'll see what happens. Apologies if I'm wrong with that estimate. So I do like this hunting dogs here from the Wicked Lord, but at the same time he's stopped his villager production for the time being at 13. Oh, there we go. He's queuing up some fishing boats, but he's not continuously queuing up villagers, which is really hurting him now. He's queued up a whole bunch. He's realised his mistake there, but at the same time, guys, you're better off just constantly having 1 or 2 in production at all times than having huge spikes of things in production. Eshwar right now adding on his age 2 already. It's already going to be underway for him. Meanwhile, the Wicked Lord still needs a bit of food. Still needs a bit of wood, and to cancel some of these villagers to be able to get out a quick age 2 here. Distance gathering the gold too, so he really probably needs to work on getting his storehouses out, getting them down place, trying to minimize the amount of travel time he actually has with his villagers to keep up economically here, because, and like I said, he's also queuing up a lot of villagers here, really going to delay his age 2, whereas he could probably get these guys straight onto the stone mine, get the age 2 in production now, and already work towards the second town centre, which Eshwar seems to be doing, so he's got 300 stone in the bank, has all these villagers on the wood, so he's going to be able to queue up that town centre just after this finishes up his age 2, so he's already a little bit of a step ahead in the economy at the moment. Oh, Eshwal's even committing to net lures first, and has such a huge village account that his town centre is only going to be slightly delayed because of it. So 12 or 16 villages on wood already. He's up to 25 villages, Wicked Lord up to 21. Already gathering some stone as well, but he's, yeah, not placed any storehouses down there to minimise the travel time. So second town centre already on the way for Eshwar. He's a little bit faster on the economy. Already got that priestess over there. Doesn't have a second here empowering his starting town centre, but here we go. It's in production now. But it's slow on it, but it doesn't matter. He's already empowering the second town centre, so this is going to be up miles faster than the second town centre will be from Wicked Lord, who's moving a huge number of villages from the wood line over here. I think he wants to have them up here for when the town centre finishes up, but he's going to need more wood and he's going to need more stone, so he's going to need to have to gather from up here. We're going to build another dock and probably distance gather the wood by the look of it. Eshwar in the meanwhile expanded onto a second dock, so his economy is doing really well at the moment. Good upgrades. Villager production here from Eshwar. Wicked Lord at the same time. A lot of upgrades for him too, but he's not going to be able to get out that second town centre when he's spending so much wood on upgrades here. So his village account really hindered compared to Eshwar's at the moment, 35 to 23. Eshwar going for a proxy dock here. Wicked Lord unaware that this is going on, so this is going to be very scary for him very soon. When Eshwar gets some warships out on his opponent's lake, he's bumped up his wood gatherers back up to 20, so he wants to have a huge amount of ships on the water here and expand into having military production on the land as well. So he's starting to take some barracks now. Probably he'll add some stables too to get his camels. There we go, there's one there. Wall here already for Wicked Lord, so this is a good idea. At the same time, he's already behind economically by so much. He really needs to get that second town centre out now. Still working towards the stone and the wood he needs for that. Now, a storehouse and 5 villages on each of these deposits would really be the way to go for him. Get as much out of it as possible because he's going to need to be able to spend on warships very soon as well, because Eshwar already has one out in the water here. Waiting for a second, and Wicked Lord can only just see it. But bad luck for Eshwar. Is a head up here for Wicked Lord. He is getting one in the queue down over this side. It's lucky for Wicked Lord, unlucky for Eshwar that he did see that, but at the same time, Wicked Lord is economically not doing so well in comparison to Eshwar, whose economic game is really on point so far. 2 stables, 2 barracks is already down as well, so Wicked Lord's really only just setting up to take another town centre. A lot of idlers here and no villagers in the queue as well, so he's struggling with the unit management at the moment, but it looks as though Eshwar's moving out to take a fight on the water and microing his warships as well. Wicked Lord trying to get the repairs off, forcing Eshwar to have to focus down the fishing ships, but at the same time this is costing Wicked Lord's economy. There's plenty of food in the bank though. But I think Eshwar's going to be able to clean up all the fishing ships at least. So he's already managed to do a bit of a dent in Wicked Lord's economy back here. And he's getting more of these triremes out. Oh, there's a huge number of villagers there for Wicked Lord who are going to try and work down the dock. But Eshwar is going to have the trireme damage to work through these villages quite quickly if he can land some of the shots. Probably needs to focus on these villagers here We actually... Did he just delete that, or was that... I think they just got hit there. Wicked Lord not producing any villagers behind this one. Eshwar continuing to produce... Army continue to produce villagers, so... Eshwar does lose the dock, but I think the damage has been done. Wicked Lord doesn't have any fishing ships left on his water, except for this one back here. And he's lost a lot of villagers as well, down to 16 villagers to 56 for Eshwar. So really, really rough for Wicked Lord. Eshwar taking Silver Age now. Sorry, just give me a sec. Eshwar microing his heart out. He's going to be able to get these fishing ships, these triremes, I think. At the same time, Wicked Lord really quick with the repairing, so that's really good, but he needs to be careful to not lose the villagers either. He's already well behind the villager count. He's down to 14 vills to his opponent's 58. Eshwar is just putting that little bit more effort into the micro there, but it seems as though he's been done for. He's surrendering the ship to focus on his land economy and his land production, because he's up to 5 stables, 2 barracks, a whole bunch of camel riders heading in, and they're gonna spot all the stone miners here. So Wicked Lord, no second town center yet, and Eshwar has really cleaned him up so far. Not a lot of villagers left in play for him at all. He's down to 7 villagers. I think this one's a GG. Wicked Lord trying to figure out if there's anything else in the water, but he's 2 villagers. I'm going to call this an admin win, I think, because Eshwar is just so far ahead now on the land with that proxy. Wicked Lord really only just gathering back in his base. I'll give it 1 more minute, but I think it's probably going to be it. Wicked Lord doesn't even have the wood to get another storehouse out at this point. Let's try to distance gather up here. More camels coming in. Eshwar's just going to focus the town center now. Yeah, I think I'm going to call this one an admin win. So GG to Eshwar for this one. And yeah, we'll call it at that, guys. Alright guys, I'm going to go to a break quickly, and then we're going to go to game number 2 in just a moment. But GG to both players. There's 4 with the proxy dock, and then the camel push on the land, able to secure our first win over the Wicked Lord. Just let me grab the text, please. There we go. We'll be back in just a moment. Alrighty, so we're back with game number 2 here between Wicked Lord and Eshwar. So, give it up for these two guys. We are on Wildlands today for game number 2. So, spawning as the green Greek Spire, we've got the Wicked Lord taking his hunt already, but he needs to start clearing it with his scout, because if his workers accidentally upset them, they're all going to scatter, and he'll be worse for wear because of that. And Eshwar, in the meanwhile, he's the orange Egyptian player. So we've got a repeat of last match's civilizations, but this time there's no water at all, so we're not going to see an interesting little proxy dock there from Eshwar. Perhaps a bit cruel to open with that one against the Wicked Lord. Right, that's a bit of a chase going on right now. The Wicked Lord trying to deny Eshwar's chance to scout here. But I don't know if either player is really going to come out much better off because of it. It looks like Eshwar is just continuing to scout out what he can around the map. He's found some resources, which is good for him. At the same time, Wicked Lord has what he needs right here, but like I said, because he hasn't killed the deer with his scout, they've all scattered, so it's really going to slow him down. With the gathering there, he needs to practice doing that, and he will get much better early gathering. This time, the storehouse straight on the wood line, so no distance gathering with his wood this time. He's going to be up a bit that way. Oh, and at least the deer are sort of moving in a bit closer. Eshwar also moving onto his storehouse, the wood line as well. And Eshwar's continuing to have to keep this scout mobile because he's already fallen behind on the health, and the Wicked Lord is continuing to chase him, so every time he stops and turns, he risks, or anytime he actually comes past the walls as well, he also risks getting hit by the scout or by wild animals. Play some Eshwar versus wildlife. But it looks like Wicked Lord already got the hunting dog tech already, and so has Eshwar, so both players going to get as much value as they can out of these deers. Really good idea. Templar Ra coming out, so I wonder if Eshwar's going to be really quick on the camels, or maybe push with some infantry this time. He's pulled Wicked Lord Scout under his town center, so this is ideal for him. He's going to be able to win the fight now. So town center is going to be hitting for 18 damage every hit, and he needs to retreat with his scout now, which he does do. This time Eshwar is chasing, and this time, well, both players have had a bit of a good scout of this side of the map now. A little bit of a scout up here, really, because Wicked Lord has kind of just been following up with whatever Eshwar's been scouting. Eshwar going to have to defend against Wicked Lord's barracks, but he's already committed to his age 2, so he's going to have to work towards the stone for the town centre and towards the wood for both that and a production facility himself. Wicked Lord, already going to be producing the spearmen. A bit of pressure on. If he chooses to do so, maybe he's also just anticipating camels. He's already, economically, he's not doing too badly actually. He's 17 villages, but really he probably should be 3 ahead rather than only 1 ahead. Oh, actually, take that back. It's Egyptian. Wicked Lord's been producing his villages fine this game. Oh, he needs to queue one up now. Eshwar, in the meanwhile, must have had a bit of a blip there, because he's really only just catching up to the Wicked Lord. And guys, 100% villager production uptime is essential, because if you're not doing it, you're falling behind unwittingly against an opponent who is playing perfectly in the early minutes. And there's stables coming out now for Eshwar, so this is going to be a bit of a challenge for him, because he's actually going to be facing spearmen. But at the same time, if he can move outside of his opponent, he can... Oh, this is interesting. There's going to be a villager rush here from the Wicked Lord. I wonder if Eshwar's going to be prepared for this. He does have plenty of stone, plenty of wood in the bank, because he's been looking to take the second town centre. But the stables is going to get finished up in time. There's a lot of villagers here to clean that up. barracks coming down for Eshwar, but he's spending a bit of wood committing to that right now, so the Wicked Lord has all the pressure his way, and he's going to try and harass the priestess, but he really needs to focus on the town centre or on these villagers of his opponent. Going to try and take the barracks if he can. This is turning into a really interesting game. I don't think I've had the pleasure of casting a villager rush yet, so Wicked Lord trying to make do with his 20 units. He's given it all up. He always had plenty of food in the bank, so he can actually keep producing behind this. He really should have kept producing behind this from the get-go, because he could have streamed across villagers and spearmen. Eshwar, in the meanwhile, has just enough for the second town centre, so he's going to throw that down right now. He's pretty much sacrificed the starting town centre already. But he said, you know what? I'm going to keep going. I'm going to push through it. Eshwar's trying to get the resources he needs, because right now he's sort of on the back foot. He's still up in terms of villagers. He's double the villager count of his opponent. But the Wicked Lord is producing back at home with a production facility in the town centre. Eshwar back onto one town centre, no production facilities. Even losing the Temple of Ra, so he can't continue producing priestesses. He's going to have to keep these two alive to keep empowering his starting buildings. The Wicked Lord continuing to clear structures around the map, but it looks as though Eshwar is still pretty well hidden. Wicked Lord unaware of this little base, so he's going to charge up now. Actually, he's going to try and go for the storehouses. He doesn't know about the town centre yet, so it looks as though Eshwar's going to be okay for the time being. Barracks being thrown down now, and Wicked Lord in the meantime, he has two food gatherers. No other gathering at the moment. He's run out of gold to produce spears with, so he needs to make this push now. He's gonna scout the base. Or maybe not. He's not gonna scout the base, so this is gonna be really tough for him. He's gonna wrap around and eventually find it, but he's gonna have to travel so much to do so now. And Eshwar, in the meantime, is pulling ahead economically once again, so he's back up to 24 villages to 14 over his opponent. He's got production facilities out now. He's going to get a lot of axemen out in the field. Wicked Lord still only has one barracks out so far. Wicked Lord needs to find Eshwar, and he needs to find him fast. He hasn't found the town centre yet, so Eshwar's really catching up now. In fact, he was never really truly behind in a sense, because the whole time that Wicked Lord was clearing this initial base, he never really hit the villager count. His opponent had already sort of leapt ahead in terms of his gathering, so Eshwar has really just sort of had his opponent chase him around the map to no huge effect right now, because he's pulling ahead in terms of eco-techs. He's still got that age 2 advantage, and right now Wicked Lord has finally found the base, but it's going to be too little too late in a sense, because there's already axemen out in play. There's no archery range to be seen for the Greek player, and it's a little while away still. He needs to age up, and in fact Wicked Lord pulling everything away because he's worried that Eshwar already knows about it, but he doesn't just yet. Oh, he's working towards getting the stone as well, so Wicked Lord gonna need to age up here. He's gonna need to get some more food. Eshwar trying to go for a forward barracks there, but he's got these walls to contend with as well, so he's gonna have to send some units over there to clean them up as well. Another villager, I think, is probably gonna be the choice. Meanwhile, he's already got some axemen out. Wicked Lord 17 villagers, so Eshwar's 33 at the moment. So Wicked Lord's going to have the stone to age up now, but stone to throw down the second town center now, but he doesn't have the food to age up just yet, so he's going to need to swap that around with his economy. Go for this other boar, expand on one of these other hunts or another 2 hunts. And Eshwar going to make a quick move here because he's going Spearman Champion, so he's probably going to go for a mass Spearman Axeman push here right now, because as long as he's got enough Axemen here to clear through the Spearman, and has enough Spearmen just to whittle down the town center, he can basically do a big counter of what Wicked Lord just pulled on him, and he's in a much better economic shape to back it up. He's not going to need to pull villagers behind it to basically sack his opponent's army, because he's got 2, 3, 7 barracks in play. So, and he's got the villager count to really be able to afford the cheap Egyptian infantry. Really, he's up to 35 villagers now. It won't be long before he's gonna work towards his second town center behind this as well. I mean, this is already his second, but yeah, the Wicked Lord denying the first one, so a really nice spear push from him, but it's just unfortunate he didn't clean this up well at all. So now he's forced to contend with Eshwar, and he's down significantly. I think he's still only on 17 villagers. Queuing up Town Watch now, but right now he needs to squeeze out the villagers, squeeze out production, get that second town center out. Eshwar looking at making a pretty decisive move here. I think he's adding the 8th barracks. He's got that nice mix of infantry there. He's going to push in to 12 spearmen who are going to hold the line under the town center while Spearman Champion kicks in here for Wicked Lord, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Only got the gold for another 3 or 4 spearmen behind this. We can go for a Hypaspis as well, which is going to add them in. But he's being pushed into here, and he's throwing down the second town center in the bottom corner of the map. So Eshwar winning that fight decisively there, so he's going to sack this town center, but he doesn't know about the second town center there for Wicked Lord. But this time, with the shoe on the other foot, Wicked Lord not in a good position to do this because he's already well behind the villager count. Doesn't have a lot in the bank. His opponent has really got a well set up base by now. The barracks is going to fall, and so is the town center, but Eshwar going to go for a bit of a wander here. Being led astray by this villager. But it is going to show him that there is other stuff around the map here, so this is going to be not so good for Wicked Lord, who right now is also losing the town center. Eshwar putting a Manor town center up at his starting base. At the same time, this means that if Wicked Lord is elsewhere on the map, which he is, then he can't come back here without taking this away either. So right now, Wicked Lord trying to hunker down, get some more Hypaspis and get a tower here, but it's not going to be enough to defend, I don't think. It's a huge force for the Egyptian player. Hasn't found his opponent's base yet though. But surely he's got to be curious as to where it could be. I think he's going to split his army up to try and find his opponent a little bit faster. The Wicked Lord, in the meantime, just trying to hold on. But there's nothing left. Eshwar scouting around the map to try and find his opponent. I don't think this has been seen either. But here we go. Eshwar finds the hidden encampment of the Wicked Lord. And I think that's going to be it, guys. Ashmore wins the series. 2-0 if I'm not mistaken. GG is called by the Wicked Lord. And thank you for playing, guys. Anyway, guys, GG well played to both Eshwar and the Wicked Lord. Thank you both for attending today. And I think we might just have a little bit of a break. Maybe try and get an interim show match before Pharos versus Hoover, unless they're both around to play. We'll be back shortly. Apologies, guys, but Pharos has had to step out. But we've got Hoover stepping in for him in a game versus Eshwar, and then we've got Carnage versus Hoover following up. So it should be an interesting couple of games. Alright, so we've got an equal footing game, and it looks like a Persia versus Egypt. Just waiting for the dust to settle. Alrighty, so spawning on the bottom side of the map today, got the Hoover over here as the purple Persian player today, and spawning as the green Egyptian, we have Eshwar. So I'll be interested to see how this goes, because Eshwar, very good camel play. The Hoover, well, he's got very good everything play, let's just say that much, and I think he's probably going to go for an early barracks here. I don't know if Eshwar is going to be committing to the same. So yeah, we do have an early barracks here from Vahuva. Eshwar opting for a second storehouse instead, so there's already a bit of a difference in how they're approaching this game. And Vahuva gonna get a notice of that storehouse. Meanwhile, Eshwar working his way to his opponent's base. He's gonna find out about the barracks, but well, actually he's doubling back to go for a bit more of a macro scout at this point. So this is how he's wanting to approach the game, but it may punish him for doing so against such a strong player, because Vahuva is going to be able to go for that fast barracks. At the same time, Eshwar, if he anticipates it, he might go for a blind loom early anyway, because it's a pretty good idea to do so when you're playing so macro oriented. And at the same time, he's going for the scout now. He's going to find the late wood storehouse, and he's going to think there's something up, so he's going to see the barracks now. There's already Spara in production. Gonna be some more on the way in just a moment. So Vahuva just transferring a villager across just to up his food income there, and pinching a couple of cows off Eshwar. In fact, he might even just leave them there for the time being, because if he sets him up just over here, he might see if his opponent's going to go for those resources. So already the first Spara on the way. Eshwar going to have to respond to this pretty quickly, because he's a bit outside of town centre range here in his own barracks. A little bit late. It looks as though he's just going to sacrifice the storehouse while trying to chip away at the Spara, but it's a bit fruitless as Egyptian, because you do deal pierce damage against the one Age 1 military unit that actually gets an armor against pierce damage. So Egypt is at a bit of a disadvantage with Age 1 Scout Harass against Persia for that reason. And Hunting Dog's being queued up now by Vahuva, so he's free to really start booming up behind just a small Spara trickle, which is going to continue. Eshwar continuing to increase his spearman count as well, and he's snare locked this Spara, so the Hoover may choose to sacrifice it, but he may actually choose to try and take this fight, because he certainly has the units to do so. So without losing a Spara there, he deflects Eshwar's little engage. And he gets the storehouse. So Eshwar forced to take Picker's gloves, but he's already got it in queue, which is really smart. He's taken it as quickly as he could. Really, really strong fundamental to be always proactive in being reactive. Like when you're forced into a corner like that, take those upgrades and expand back onto the resources that you need to get back onto as quickly as you can. Minimize the damage that's actually been dealt. You know, he didn't lose any villagers there, to my knowledge. He's on 17 to 17. He's just pop capped now, so he needs to force out another house. And he needs to maintain a bit of awareness as to what Vahuva's looking to do here, because Vahuva has a pretty healthy spar account. And he can choose to push in, try and interrupt some more production, some more gathering at this point. Vahuva sending in his scout to go and have a bit of a lead, take the TC fire. He's seen the army. So everything being forced to try and cram out the Templar row as quickly as possible from Eshwar. Really smart, but at the same time he's going to need to try and save these villagers, because he is going to lose the villagers, and I think he's going to lose the priestess. Yeah, he does lose the priestess and another villager, so that is a little bit costly for him early. Vahuva aging up slightly slower, but he's got a couple of villager kills and that priestess snipe, so Eshwar on even villager count, even though he should be 3 ahead with that age up, meaning that he doesn't have to actually sacrifice villager production time. Vahuva just throwing away the spire because he knows he sort of can afford to at this point, as long as Eshwar doesn't just throw down a second barracks and mass everything up and push in. He is going to push in, but Vahuva may have enough to defend here. He's going to train up some more spire. He has pulled a villager ahead now of his opponent, and Eshwar, no army in production for the time being. So Vahuva taking the second town centre just outside the first range, so this is just perfect for him when it's at the rear side of his base, because at least his opponent's going to have a bit of a delay in getting to it. If you're at the front side, you're probably almost definitely going to want to put it inside. Eshwar 3 pop ahead, equal in villages once again. He's got some axemen on the way, so the Persian's going to have to commit to a range, which Vahuva is doing so. And it's a little bit dangerous to be taking the herdables out here, but at the same time he does have the units to at least defend this. And he's going to finish this all off before his opponent's really got the chance to pressure him. There is a tent for the Persian as well, so Vahuva able to nurse to health, or any low unit in the mix here, 10 health per second, if he needs to. The Egyptian player has to commit his Priestess of Ra time to actually healing up his units, and Eshwar at the moment doesn't have any Priestesses of Ra. He's got the second town centre down though, so it's very good for him economically. Right now he's only momentarily behind Vahuva. The barracks is going to finish up for him. Another barracks here for Eshwar. Hasn't started adding any slingers yet. At the same time, there is no bowman just yet for Vahuva. Now he's queuing some up. He's floating a little bit of gold. It's nothing too extreme. He's going to need to plow through it eventually. I mean, he can even look at getting Spire Champion if he needs, just because they're a nice cheap tank. And it just makes him that little bit stronger. 20% pierce armor. Useful for when the slingers come out or when chariots start coming out. But I mean, the big bonus is in the health, because it lets you tank another couple of hits from the spearman. Maybe another hit from the axeman as well. Staples coming out now for Eshwar as well. And another range for the Persian player, who's probably just going to switch to producing spearmen pretty soon in order to deal with the stables. There's no slingers in the mix yet for Eshwar, who's got the double barracks production, and so the high bowman count that this is going to enable with the 2 ranges is going to be perfect for Vahuva. He's seen the other barracks, hasn't seen the stables yet, but seeing that other barracks has given him largely everything he needs to know for now. He's going to snipe this villager here of Eshwar's. 36 to 34. Soon to be 33, the villager counts. And Slinger's coming out now. Conditioning coming out. And another priestess finishing up for the Egyptian player. Armory coming down for Eshwar. Meanwhile, for now, for Hoover, just adding another stables on. So he's going to go up to, well, a stables on, sorry. Eshwar already has one down. Another barracks too. 40 villagers to 36. But Hoover's actually down by 3 pop overall as well. So his army's slightly smaller at this stage. But he is being very, very proactive with this little forward force. But he's going to see the camels now. A neutral fight here. There's nothing really counters anything, but at the same time, we're either going to snipe the armories. Eshwar not going to lose the full value of the wood, only as much as the health is equivalent to. But yeah, that's going to hurt Eshwar in the sense that he's going to need to throw those back up now, and his upgrades are going to be delayed a little bit. Producing some more, and that's going to give Hoover a bit of a tell as to what Eshwar's looking to do here. He wants to go for a fairly mixed composition overall. He's pretty much got the entire Egyptian Age 2 arsenal at his disposal. Just hasn't taken Spear Champion or got the mounted training yet. So, but otherwise, he's pretty much got a spam of everything at the moment. There's no Asabara added just yet for the Persian. He's seen that he's going to have to deal with a big camel count because of those stables. And so there's spearmen in the mix here as well. Plenty of bowmen. Few Spara. And this is probably going to get hit right now because Eshwar trying to take resources out on the map here. But he's got 7 villagers that are about to get punished for this. He's on 42 villagers to Hoover's 49. Pulls everything out as he needs to, but he loses a villager in the end. Nothing too serious. He's going to lose the storehouse in the gathering time. Massing everything up to come and respond to this, but Hoover's got plenty of time and space to back out right now. So I don't think Eshwar's going to commit to it. Right now, Hoover's slightly ahead in terms of population and up by 9 villagers at 53 to 44. And he's having to deal with some camels in his base, but he's got a mix of everything to try and clean this up. The well-placed TCs mean that it's very hard for Eshwar to really interrupt a lot, because Hoover's really able to gather a little bit of everything regardless. Has that double TC fire right in the middle, so the camels forced to retreat, taking a couple of volleys there. One of them going down. So Hoover pulling ahead by 11 pop, and he's continuing to try and hit the side of Eshwar's base with this little force, which he's just added some more units to, I think. Axemen in the mix and a couple of camels. This force should be able to repel this, I think. Hoover. Oh, actually, now that Eshwar's bringing everything up, Hoover largely is going to have to try and sandwich everything into a corner without trying to lose anything. Same time, Eshwar's going to have to try and get the snipes out of this he can. I think he split up his camels to try and get him some extra attacks there. Perhaps not. He probably could have actually walled that off and caught his opponent in there, and that would be really scary for Hoover. Because right now Hoover is sort of taking the fight he needs to take, because he's bringing the rest of his army up to join this force. He's wrapped around Eshwar's base entirely without losing the bulk of his army. And he's resupplied it. He's largely even in terms of population count. And this is a reasonable fight for both players to be taking. But it looks as though Hoover's army control is going to be the better of Eshwar right now, because he's already got the Asabara right there on the slingers. And the camels are already fallen. A few axemen that are going to be a bit of trouble, but there's plenty of bowmen in a big ball. But it looks as though Eshwar's going to pull out what he's got left of his forces. I thought for a sec there he might have broke through Hoover's front line, but there's just a sea of purple right now. Eshwar down to 83 pop. Hoover up to 140. 63 to 48 is the villager count, and more of Eshwar's villagers at the front of his base being annihilated by Hoover's bowmen. So Eshwar struggling with the food right now, throwing up a lot of farms. He's just lost a bunch of villagers here, trying to get on those hunts. And there's nothing over here on the right side of his base again. He's trying to get on the berries once again, but Behoova is probably just going to sweep around and try and snipe it again. And he's in a really lovely position to be able to do so. He can send the Asabara there without really having to worry too much about his main force being assaulted. In fact, he's going to pull the main force into Eshwar's base and try and split the Asabara off to deny the armory. There's already been the merely damage upgrade research, but no others just yet for Eshwar, so losing that armory is going to be a bit of a blow to him because it's going to delay a bit. And Behoova just pulling everything towards Eshwar's army, chasing him inside Eshwar's base right now. Eshwar mounting a bit of a last stand right now. He's pulled a whole bunch of villagers too, I think, to try and get back on these farms because he's lost a couple of villagers, or try and get on the gold mine, but a bit too little too late in a sense. He's just going to lose everything. Taps out. That's game number 1. So Behoova pretty dominant, but I think that can be expected. He's in really fine form at the moment. But GG, well played, good fight put up there by Eshwar. Sorry, I'm just trying to balance that number 1. Oh. Swap these names around. Yeah, we'll go to game number 2 in just a moment. Alright guys, so Behoova has swapped to his Greeks. Eshwar staying with his trusty Egyptians. Alright, game number 2 in the series between them. Alright, so spawning here on what looks to be another game equal footing. Got Eshwar, the green Egyptian player. He's going for a forward hunt this game. Will he be making the same mistake? Will he commit to an early barracks? Is what I wonder. And we've got Behoova spawning as the purple Greek player. Very scary player at the moment. Going for 2 storehouse before barracks this game. So he's switching things up. He's gonna commit to the style that Eshwar played last game and is playing this game. Delaying that early barracks. Oops, sorry guys, I forgot to switch it over. So anyway, here we go. I'll do that all again. Hoover. This morning is player number 1 here. Purple Greek player. Double storehouse opening, so a bit of a deviation from what he did last game. And this time, doing the identical build to his opponent, Eshwar is doing the same thing he did last game. The green Egyptian player. So both players playing the fairly macro opening here. And Vahuva a bit blessed with this placement here because he can go for the berries and the stone mine at the same time there. Not having to throw down a second storehouse full of berries. So he's going to go for a fast town center and age up. Eshwar going to do the same. So Vahuva trying to do a bit of town center damage on the boars because it means he's got to put less effort with the villagers into getting him killed. And he might even bring his scout back to be able to do so once he's just checked a couple more spots over this side of the map. He's just scouted another hunt. There may be another gold mine or stone mine or berries over here. So H2 for both players finishing up. Eshwar's a little bit quicker than Vahuva's, but his stone gathering a lot slower actually. He has taken hunting dogs. So is Vahuva. So very good technology. Makes all your huntables and herdables last longer. Vahuva now scouting out some more food. So he's got plenty over this side of the map actually. It's all down in this little quadrant, which is going to be nice for him to actually defend. There's 3 berries and a hunt and a pair of boars in a relatively small segment of the map. But at the same time, if Eshwar can deny all that, it'd be huge. Could swing this series back in his favour. A little bit of distance gathering here for Vahuva. Just waiting on the wood for a second town centre. There we go. This villager is stuck. Help me. This is heavy. Take this bloody rock off me. Now Vahuva trying to finishing off the boars. There we go. That's what I've been waiting for all game. And those guys have 500 food. Tasty. So stable's coming out for Eshwar, so he's actually going for production facility before town centre here. He's going to be able to put a little bit of early pressure on. At the same time, Vahuva is going to be able to just go for a barracks to defend with, and possibly take a quick age 3 behind this if he chooses. Or go for a really heavy age 2 style, backed up by a bigger economy if he chooses. So Eshwar leading by 2 villages. He should really be doing so because he, being Egypt, he can throw down a building to age up. Neither player's taken any town centre technologies. Eshwar's second town centre on the way. Doesn't have any camels in production just yet. He does actually have the resources to fit them out. Oh, there we go. Finishing off the house. Barracks coming out for Vahuva. Has he spotted? Yeah, he's seen the stable, so good scout there from Vahuva. Eshwar in the meantime hasn't seen the production there from Vahuva, so he's not going to know that he's been countered. Vahuva just going for a double stables at this point. I mean double barracks at this point to counter any heavy stables play from the Egyptian player. And I mean if the Egyptian player switches back to the Axeman, you can get Hypaspis for age 2 and always throw down rangers behind it to get your Toxotes. Meanwhile, Eshwar, yeah, he's going to have to look at getting some value out of these camels. He certainly has the speed advantage here, so the 3 of these guys Going to be able to do a bit of a hit and run here on this town centre. Try and deny some gathering of the Hoovers. The Hoover losing a villager there, but he does pull everything back. He's going to send some spears over in due time. He's got 11 villagers stuck in the town centre though, so that's going to slow down his economy a little bit. But at the same time, he's up by 2 villagers now because of that quicker second town centre. He's going to position some spears. Is he actually sending them? Eshwall's bringing everything back. Oh, really low camel there. Oh, the Hoover's really only started his spear production now. But he might have been a bit quicker on it. Oh, he's added another a range in, so he can get Toxotes as well to try and counter the addition of barracks units. So he's already a step ahead in that regard. He does have some pre-positioned spears here too. I missed them. Sorry about that. I'm just blindness at that. And this time, the Hoover's going to be prepared. If Eshwall hits either town centre, he's going to get a bit of a nasty surprise here. He's got 5 camels, but at either base there's at least 5 spearmen there. So Eshwall not going to be able to get a good deal of value out of that. Expanding forward onto the map to take a mid-map hunt there. So this is quite smart, because while he's got the map control, he's denying his opponent the gathering later in the game. But at the same time, he should have killed all these so they didn't scatter. Adding in another barracks, another couple of barracks. There's actually 4 barracks and 2 stables. That'll be his fit out, but there's 2 rangers and the stables here for the Greek player as well. So villager count 37 to 39. The Hoover's away. Forward storehouse here from Eshwall, so he's really putting the nail in the coffin to the food economy. He's trying to deny the Hoover as much as possible. The Hoover already taking a good deal of berries now as well. Not just purely sticking with the hunts. But he can't really afford to in this situation, so this is pretty smart here from the Egyptian player. Picker's gloves, what he researched, obviously by the Hoover. Got chisel in production as well, so he wants to be able to cram out upgrades and work towards his 3rd town centre as well. A lot more in production for him than for Eshwall at the moment. No villagers. But the Hoover looking at pushing up and just punishing Eshwall for being so greedy. Now, so 40 villagers to 45. And the Hoover's now free to start pushing out on the map. He's got the unit count to have spears all across his base and have summoned some Toxotes out in the map. There's no H3 yet for the Egyptian player, so there's no Camel champion, no Axe champion. No way to really deal with Spearman Toxotes in a head-on fight. Because there's also Saris in the mix too for the Greek players, so they're going to be able to really make it hard for the Egyptian to take a head-on fight. H2 here. A single spear and single Sari here to put in some harass. Actually, the Sari is just going to head around and scout, figure out what Eshwall is doing, but he is going to get a kill here as well, this Spearman. Ooh, maybe not. The Sari getting a really good read on Eshwall's base right now. The Hoover just continuing to max out. He's 15 pop ahead of his opponent. He's 9 villages out. 17 population ahead, and he's slightly ahead in terms of his upgrades. Eshwall really only just starting his first now. Verhoover already mostly finished his first upgrade with his armory. He's still scouting out his opponent with a single Sari. 3 camels to follow this, but this could be a bit of a trap too, because an army of spearmen or a big ball of bowmen are going to be able to cost effectively deal with this for the Greek player. But he's probably going to want to not lose that Sari, who just makes it out alive. And he does get a camel in response, so that's really nice for Verhoover. The scouting Sari makes it to the end there. Upgrades finishing off for Verhoover. He's actually going to finish off his temper pretty much the same time as his opponent. Upgrade speed bonus from the academy, really proving value for the Greek player. He's ahead by an upgrade by now. And he's probably just waiting to max out right now, I think. He's now getting armor upgrades. He's getting shield rim. Eshwar just going to finish off this middle hunt here. This is a nice position with the spearmen though, and also with these camels. So both players really prepped on this right side of the map to deal with any raiding. On the left side, however, neither player is, and Verhoover capitalizing on that fact. He's getting these couple of villager kills. He's going to get the third one now. And continue to push into his opponent's base. He's still got that scouting Sari there on 19 health. And he's going to make it just in time before this wall goes up, if he chooses to push. He's just waiting for another unit to come join the fray. And pushing up over on the other side of the map, so Verhoover with a really perfectly executed H2 max and push here, and Eshwar only just behind at the moment, so he's actually not too badly off, but at the same time there's a huge number of camels getting caught out by the counter army, and the Saris, because most of the camels are dead, able to get another couple of villager kills. Right now Verhoover 67 to 46 villagers. Eshwar actually has a slightly bigger army at the moment and isn't too far behind on upgrades, but at the same time that's a huge number of Toxotes, a good number of spearmen as well, and not a lot of camels. Not a lot of slingers either, so all these axemen not going to last very long. There's just enough spearmen to tank all them, and the Toxotes are just destroying this front line of Eshwar's right now, and he is down by a couple of upgrades right now. He's got his age 3, but Verhoover maxed out in age 2, has his upgrade, age 3 upgrade on the way, and is continuing to push into his opponent's base. The Toxotes death ball. Not enough slingers to deal with it. Not enough camels. I mean, probably too many camels, really. Sorry. Not enough slingers to really deal with the Toxotes. Not enough well microed on them. The axemen were plentiful to deal with the spearmen, but just not really able to stay alive long enough with the huge number of Toxotes. Verhoover's age 3 finishing up now. GG is called. Eshwar bows out. It's 2-0 in the series, so Verhoover takes it home for this one. That was pretty quick, but nevertheless, GG to both players, and Eshwar, thank you for stepping up, because Verhoover really, really solid play at the moment. We'll be back in just a moment, folks. Alright, so it looks like Verhoover and I are going to do a quick best of one game while we wait for Carnage. I'm a bit nervous. He's pretty good. Here we go, we're launching quest mission. Boy, I'm antsy. Magic, just swapped overlays. Midstream. Multitasking. Voila! Man, I'm nervous. Verhoover's so good. I'm pooping in my pants. Is it Great Lake? I think it's Great Lake. If I hazard a guess, I'd say it's Great Lake, bro. Just judging by the spawns, you know. I can't even hear the music. I have my own waffling. Boy, the game is so loud today. Did I stuff my sound settings up on purpose? To blame when I lose this game? Sean, you're a genius. Give me the look, give me the look. Alright, cool. So I just wanted to check the stream is working properly. I forgot which RTS I was playing for a sec, I didn't realise. I actually do have tilde set up as control group 0. Okay, big fella's going up there, I'm going here. Is he going for double? We gotta check that. Gotta figure this out. Okay. What am I doing? Why don't you want to move? You weak out. Oh, I really don't need that many. Oh, I don't have the pop. Probably should have just swapped my down to begin with.
Hedar. Atabay. Road. Levin.
Oh shit, my gun.
Rotaday. Yes, good. Rotaday. Yeah. Weißfinger. Du Kinder. Da. Papa. I guess. Head down. The team. Head high. Yes, right, yes. You're looking hard. Right.
Alright, GG. He's already got the walls up. It's way ahead. GG to Vahuva. GG to myself, I guess. Alright guys, well Carnage isn't here yet. I'm sure he'll be here in a couple of minutes, but I'm going to try and get another best of one sorted. Behavior versus PF2K it looks to be. So it'll just be a minute, I'll go for a quick smoke and we'll get this all organised. Alright guys, I bring to you a matchup you've all been waiting for, and if you haven't, it's because you're crazy. Or you just don't know about AoEO enough. Anyway, we got Hoover versus PF2K. What looks to be Greek versus Persian, so give it up to these two. Hoover for toughing it out for a couple of extra games today, and PF2K chipping in to play a game today on short notice. I mean, Foams, is that we've got lead depth, who's a really, really high level player, versus a really, really high level player who's been playing the game since the very early days. Actually, I better make sure this is actually opened. And it has! And we've been blessed with Watering Hole. So I'm going to swap over. The best of one, PF2K in the green Persians. You're seeing him in the flesh, on his main, the Prince of Persia. And spawning on the top side of the map. We've got the purple Titan, the Hoover, on his Greeks, on his traditional Civ. I'd say that's what I really sort of know him for. A lot of Greek grinding, really conventional play, but at the same time very responsive, very proactive with his armies. And PF2K, never to be counted out of any fight with his wonderful defensive play, wonderful raiding play, incredible multitasking. So both of these players going to be an absolute beast of a game. The Hoover with the early dock, PF2K well aware of it. The Hoover scouting his opponent's base early as well. So both of these guys, they want to know for sure what's going on, when it's going on, and they want to try and counter it. And with both of them doing it so proactively, so quickly, it's going to be a hell of a game. FTK also moving onto the water there. And Hoover going for a fishing boat. I don't think he's going to go for a second though. I think he's probably going to play it fairly safe. Just distance gathering wood there because he just needs enough for the storehouse. So he's finishing that off because he's gathering down there already. So very good use of that. He was really only distance gathering for less than the time it took for them to actually, go there. He was already chopping there and over here. So Hoover really min-maxing his distance gathering. PF2K doing the same deal. Double storehouse before his dock. So he's going for a very conventional sort of opening here as well. So both these players doing a wonderful job thus far, but that can be expected, can't it? PF2K going for a quick edge too. Hoover committing to a second fishing ship. This is actually quite dangerous. I mean, you see it a lot more on this map than you do on Coastal or Oasis. Just given the water size, the fact the island's in the middle, you can generally micro the ships long enough, and it takes that little bit longer for the warship to hit, that you can go for two ships before aging and get away with it sometimes. But if your opponent rallies straight on the fishing ships, even when you're trying to micro them around, and gets the warship out once he gets the kills, gets a second warship or a pairing fishing ship himself, then takes the fight with your later warship, makes for a very, very interesting fight here. So PF2K going to hit the H2 a little bit quicker. Neither player any stone. Yeah, we're going to see warship play hot and heavy very quickly. So double galley queued up. PF2K shifting onto the gold. The Hoover not onto the gold just yet. He's just waiting for his H2 as well. So both players, as you can see, they're just dancing all over the field. They're probably both playing upwards of 200 APM at the moment. Probably closer to 300. Wonderful players at the moment. Honor to cast them both. So we've got Handsaw coming out, PF2K. Tririum coming out a little bit late from Hoover, like I said, but at the same time, he's doing what he can to try and micro things around, lose nothing before the galley has to face the Trireme, trying to do a little bit of damage with the ships as well. So he's now basically, somewhat safe, even though he needs to get another Trireme out as soon as he can. At the same time, he does have himself a bit of breathing room. The galley's, a bit cheaper, a bit easier to get out. They're also not going to trade terribly well 1-1. Maybe in the hands of PF2K, considering he's such a god of Persia, but even still, Verhoover's committing to that second dock already, and that's delayed his trireme, but he's managed to keep this starting one alive that much longer, which is phenomenal. He's actually lost. Oh no, he's got his other. I was going to say he's lost one of his fishing ships, but he's got the other still there. Losing the trireme now, but he's committed to the double dock. As soon as he can get the gold and the wood, I think he's going to go for a big warship boom here. PF2K though, really swift, losing nothing, getting the damage off on both the galleys instead of losing one, and multitasking like a madman. No time house, no stone commitment just yet from him. Verhoover's just starting to get stoned because I think he's panicking. I think he's wondering, do I bother committing to the warships or do I just leave it? He is going to commit to it though. He's getting one of the triremes now. He's getting the other now. He may be able to do this. But PF2K is committed to a second dock as well. Queued up one last trireme. I mean, one last galley. No more for now, but this is sort of perfect really, because fighting 4-2 is preferable to fighting 3-2 when two of your ships are pretty low, because if Verhoover kills both of these somehow, then PF2K, you know, he's behind enemy lines without a huge number of ships, but there's a trireme sneaking out. He's snuck both of his triremes out for now. He's going to keep them on the run. He's going to try and see if he can pick off this villager and just, yeah, he's going to try and deny the first wave of ships. So this is a really good idea from Verhoover now. Going to punish PF2K for trying to transition onto the fishing boats already. He gets one of them, but at the same time he needs to be careful. If he takes too much damage here, PF2K is really going to snowball here on the water, because he does have 4-2 ships at the moment. Let's not forget that, but at the same time they are a little bit damaged, and if Verhoover snipes these fishing boats, there's no repairing for PF2K till some more get out. And there is 2 more galleys in queue. There's no more triremes in queue though. So I think Verhoover was just doing one last hurrah just to force PF2K to commit to some more galleys and have to sink some more wood into fishing boats and tie him up there. PF2K no doubt would have had to try and balance his food eco. He's done a good job at that though. He's got a villager in queue still, and he's shifting onto 3, onto the hunt. Not need any fishing ships just yet now. He's not going to make that same mistake just in case Verhoover sends out a trireme, because PF2K has so many galleys here already. Huge commitment for him on the water. Verhoover not really any further behind on the land, but at the same time PF2K, wonderful job at securing this water for now, because this is going to mean a lot once he gets the wood. Now there we go, he's got double fishing ship out. Now that he's sniped one of the now that he's killed one of the docks, he's going to kill the other now, so he's well and truly safe. He might even delete half of these galleys, leave the other half just out to scout the water for the time being, act as a mobile watch post, because of the stables coming from Verhoover. It's a big map, so both of these players are going to be incentivized to play around cavalry. Stables from PF2K as well, so Verhoover and PF2K playing very, very similar in terms of the style of how they want to play this map. You know, aggressive docks, stables follow up, but PF2K securing the water and now just splitting his ships up as evenly as he can, so there's no gap, but at the same time he can scout out as much of the waterline as possible, keep himself safe from any raiding activity from Verhoover. Right now he's well up in terms of population, but a lot of that is locked up in these galleys, so working counts are 35 to 35. Verhoover's actually slightly ahead in terms of land villages, because PF2K 4 fishing boats, and now he's getting Nat Lewis too, so good idea, especially with the conservation that has on offer. Other stables here from Verhoover, and another one for PF2K. We're going to see a fairly heavy stables comp, but Verhoover going to get the Aids 3 out before the Asabara can really be of huge benefit, so there is going to be Prodromos in response to them already. Third stables, so it's going to be mass Prodromos versus Asabara, and then some mounted archers, I believe, when PF2K eventually ages up himself. He's seen that Verhoover is aged up, so now he's going to want to go for it too. He is going to go for an initial push with his Asabara, just in case there's a bit of delay before these units come out, but the Prodromos already there. Wonderful job from Verhoover in response. Even though he's so far behind, he has everything he needs to defend against PF2K's later Age 2 and early Age 3 aggression now. And he's going to be able to start putting pressure on the map with his own Prodromos, because these initial Asabara, they're not going to be able to take a nice fight here. Lovely counter in these Prodromos. They're slightly quicker. Actually, they're 1.5 speed quicker. And they do have that nice counter. Armory coming out from PF2K. Over Hoover. No armory yet. He's getting his third town center though, so he's going to pull ahead on his villager count. He's actually down by 9 villagers now because PF2K has so many fishing ships. Well, not that many. Verhooven must have had a slight blip in his villager production then to force out his age up, I think, and to force out his initial Prodromos. And right now PF2K has him hot on his heels because he's trying to raid this left side on the berries. After hitting that right side, he's going to probably try and hit somewhere up the middle in a sec. Continuing to add more Prodromos. I mean more Asabara, but there's one stuck. Poor bloke. Some stuck Asabara there. He's going to have to delete that house and build another one in its place eventually. Oh no. No! I thought it was actually stuck there, but the tree's actually far enough over he can get out. Defensive tower for him too. For Hoover, no such thing for him at the moment, but he's using his stables right now. Does get Asabara kills in response, but he's got to restart that stables. So PF2K edging out his advantage over his opponent, but at the same time the spearmen are only just going to hit in time, and the tower too, because the Prodromos are here from Verhoover. They're going to get a couple of villager kills, but move on. So PF2K in the nick of time defending perfectly here, but he is going to lose. Oh no, yes, Verhoover is going to try and focus down another villager, force some more garrison. Good garrison micro there from PF2K, saving the villager. Everything back out really in record time. All the Prodromos do go down, so Verhoover comes off that a little bit worse for wear. Does snipe a villager, but ultimately, at what cost? He's eaten up a handful of his Prodromos, 3 or 4 of them, so there's a big number of Asabara here, and more Prodromos coming out. But now Mounted Archers and Asabara Champion are going to hit the field, so it's going to be an uphill battle with the Prodromos again. They won't just be able to just have a landslide victory over these Asabara. Barracks coming out for Verhoover as well. He's looking to get temper behind this, and there's only a handful of Prodromos here to defend. They can hold off for the most part, and PF2K is going to suspect he's going to get hit at home, so he is going to try and micro this as best as he can, and he is going to have to look out because Verhoover is in his base with a huge number of Prodromos now, forcing out a big number of towers from Verhoover. These guys have... oh, there's even some Saris in the mix now. So a bit of a mixed comp choice now from Verhoover's stables, but at the same time, PF2K, he's added in Immortals and he's continuing to add Spearmen, so he's going to have a bit of variety in his composition here too. So PF2K going to have the edge in a head-on fight there. At the same time, these Saris and the Prodromos really quick. Asabara now a little bit quicker as well. They've got that upgrade. No horsemanship yet though for PF2K. And Verhoover has taken his, so still has a slight speed advantage, but he needs to be careful because if he starts bleeding units to these galleys, PF2K is really going to have an advantage in any fights they take. Big mixed cavalry fight here, but there's a bit of a backline in Immortal and Mounted Archers here. So there's nothing to really counter the Immortals, and the Mounted Archers, well, sort of trade evenly with the Saris, and they'll be able to put the dent in the Prodromos, and there is spears in the mix. So Verhoover forced to retreat, having to expand over on the right side of the map. PF2K with a marvelous base here, stretched out all the way along the bottom side of the map. The Hoover yet to really flesh out over on the top side of the map. And it makes it a bit hard, the fact that there is this big water that is defended here by PF2K, but at the same time he is down by a little bit of army population than what is represented because of those warships, as long as the Hoover doesn't engage him over it. Right now the Hoover's actually up by 6 workers, 80 to 86, and a big engagement going on now here, but I think that the Hoover is going to come off slightly worse for wear initially, because PF2K just has so much here and that nice variety in his army that he is going to be able to cut through this. And the Hoover does have a nice bank though, so he is going to be able to produce to defend, but will it be enough? Because PF2K is just hitting him hard and fast right now. There's a lot of low units in his army right now, but it's still that wonderful mix of Spearmen, Immortals, Spara, Mounted Archers, and Asabara here. So the Hoover trying to come up with an answer, but he needs to come up with it soon. There's a lot of idlers in his base right now too. Could be gathering food or something, because he's going to need it. But at the same time, PF2K raiding him on the right side of the map. I missed this, but man, PF2K really active everywhere on the map, punishing his opponent. The Hoover going down in terms of population, struggling to get out Hypaspis and Hoplites, Peltus and Toxotes, and he's still trying to get out the Sari Prodromo mix. So these Asabara just cleaning up all these storehouses here, trying to deny the Hoover's attempts to gather outside of this little quadrant here. He really needs to get a market out or something, because this is really starting to hurt his economy. There's food and gold up for grabs here, but he just can't secure it. And PF2K is going to catch this little responsive army, while the rest of it is still being mustered up inside the Hoover's base. So the Hoover is going to lose this quickly, I think. Trying to go for a distant couple of markets, and this is trying to do everything he can, but this just isn't enough. PF2K is just not relenting. The Hoover's still trying to go for the raid, but having to try and retreat and defend this, I think, is his intent. Trying to save the villagers from the Asabara, but now his market attempt has been shattered. On the other side of the map, there's siege workshops going down, so PF2K, not for Hoover, has the map control over there. And this little cavalry army does get put down, so fortunately for the Hoover, he's still trailing in population. He's behind in terms of worker pop at 90 to 84. And PF2K is pretty much maxed out right now. Let's pick up that last couple of villages. Getting his reward. Really denying everything around the map now for Hoover, who's caught in the middle of this big pincer. And soon the siege. I wonder if he's going to go for battering rams or if he's going to go for an age and go for his war wagons. Soon the siege will be knocking on Hoover's door. Hoover, oh, whoops. Hoover, nice big army being mustered up here, catching a couple of units of PF2Ks. He's trying to just pull everything together at the front of the lake here, right on his opponent's doorstep. So PF2K just waiting for a handful of upgrades to kick in. Hoover just trying to finish off maxing out right now. And still trying to get this market up. Being denied there by that goat. I don't know why PF2K's goat, rude little fella, why did you not move? I'd be angry if I was the Hoover. In fact, I am angry as a viewer and a caster. Why did the little goat not move? The Hoover doesn't notice either, so this is really going to hurt, because he's not going to be able to start on his caravans as quickly over there, or have them go from this really crappy... Are they even gathering gold? I don't even know if they're going far enough to gather any gold at this point. PF2K taking the time to push in now. For Hoover still doesn't notice about the marker. That's really going to hurt him. He's He's trying to sandwich his range as best he can here, and this is nice because it makes it really hard for anything to really be isolated by PF2K's army. As long as this front line holds for the most part, he's getting a lot of kills here. PF2K is having to back out, but he is going for a defensive fortress, and he does still have the population lead overall. He's really trading cost effectively really well here, and Vahuva still hasn't fixed up that market. He's getting 11 gold per caravan trip right now. That's really hard for him. Right now, PF2K has a huge amount in the bank in terms of gold, and Vahuva is just scraping the bottom of the barrel. He is still pushing out on the front side of his base, but he's having to respond to battering rams, and he's got Saris here to deal with that, and that's just not ideal at all for him. Really needs him down here to clean up these mounted archers, as well as melee of some sort to try and deal with these galleys. He's only just now fixed up the market. He's finally been given the space to deal with that, but he's going to lose his armory here. He hasn't finished all of his Age 3 upgrades yet. PF2K, this parade push is unreal. Look at this. Mass, Spara, Asabara, Takawara. Like, it's just unreal. Look at this. There's just this big snake into his opponent's base right now. PF2K with the Great Wall of P. Look at this. Look at this huge wall. He's even walled off this little segment here. He's double walling. Impressive stuff, PF2K. Vahuva trying to max out behind this, but he's down to 135 out of 165 to PF2K's 175 out of 180. It's really rough stuff for him, and PF2K is creeping forward with the fortresses. Another one over here, and he's really going to deny all this wood, all this golden food. Right now, Vahuva trying to sandwich his army as best he can behind his buildings, try and pick off as much of the Asabara and the infantry floating through. He's going to need to defend all his caravans. He's got a lot of idlers here. PF2K just relentless. The fortress is going to finish up in just a second. He's going to get this first workshop. Vahuva managing to max out behind this somehow. You've really got to give him kudos to how well he's macroing up behind this to hold off. Somehow he's making this work, but PF2K is just slowly creeping further and further around the map. But Vahuva has managed to just jettison some villagers to try and get on the gold mine while he still can. So really interesting, but really creative stuff here from Vahuva, but I don't know if it's going to be enough because PF2K is just playing excellent at the moment. He's walling in his opponent, just keeping him in this little pocket in the corner and continuing to push in. Vahuva flatlining in terms of wood now. He really needs to expand forward over here, and he's just running out. But this gold mine, really crafty stuff. I don't know if PF2K has noticed just yet, so for now Vahuva's economy does live on, but he's still not able to max out entirely behind all this, and PF2K continuing to push into his base. The only thing I don't like about this is PF2K doesn't use forward aid TEDs. Not often anyway. I mean, he does sometimes. I have actually seen it, I think. But Golden Age being finished up for PF2K, he's gonna look at sealing the deal very soon. Does he know about this? He does. He can actually see it, so PF2K just needs to break off a couple of units to go and clean that up, and I think Vahuva is well and truly done for because he's not gathering anywhere else on the map. He's trying his utmost to get on the trees over here on the left side of the map, but PF2K I think will eventually respond to all this. For now he's just enjoying the parade push because he is trading cost effectively. He's ahead in terms of eco. Vahuva's down in terms of worker count by 10 at 87 to 77, and the market line for Vahuva right now is terrible. It's only 11 gold per trip. Of PF2K's, he's getting a monumental amount of 150 a trip. Palantonon's joining the mix, so he's going to be able to really wreck Vahuva's base right now. Mounted Archer Champion finishing off too. Chainmail finishing off soon for Vahuva, but it's going to be a bit too little too late, and taps out. GG, well played to both players here, but PF2K, the parade push after the early water aggression, just wonderful stuff. Vahuva not able to hold on with some really desperate play there, really fast, trying to respond to his opponent. Wonderful stuff, guys. GG, well played. Gonna go to a bit of a break now, and it's gonna be that. So I'll figure out what we're gonna do next. I think I'm gonna beat up Optimal Acorn in a game next. We'll see what happens. Whoops, I'll better swap those around. Let's swap the colours. Easy. Easy. But yeah, we'll leave it at that for now. I'm just gonna figure out what we're doing. Just trying to get a hold of Carnage, guys. Won't be long. Alright guys, sorry about the delay. I pissed off Carnage accidentally by filling in the previous game when he got home pretty much basically as I started. So now he's bowing out. So apologies man, it's my fault. But anyway, got Verhoover versus Optimal Acorn for 3 games now, or best of 3, sorry. So, carried over in just a sec. And we've finally got Ghost Lake out of the competitive random pool today. So, spawning is player number 1. We got Optimal Acorn, the red Egyptian. He's going on his hunt. And spawning is player number 2. Purple Greek player, known as Verhoover, so he's actually really stepping up today, playing a hell of a lot of games, getting straight onto the herdables, trying to secure those, while Optimal going for a fairly more, you know, around the base macro type of scout to start with. Finding another hunt now. Sorry about that. So they're already trying to secure all the sheep at his hunt. Optimal will be able to intercept and he will find out. Well, meanwhile Verhoover scouting at his opponent. So both players going for double storehouse before anything else. Hunting dogs on the way for Verhoover. Optimal hasn't got his yet at all. So Verhoover managing to get 6 of the sheep so far on his marker. The other 3 around the far side, avoiding the scout. So being proactive with his sheep really helps, guys. So it looks as though Verhoover's going to be able to secure all those as Optimal comes back to finish off his scout back at home. So he's going to clear this little hunt here, and he's probably going to try and scout out here, see if there's another gold or stone or berries. He's already found a reasonable amount of gold over here already though, but you probably want to find another hunt or some berries. But Verhoover securing all those sheep, getting hunting dogs as well, so he's going to be able to make great use of that, gathering that at least faster than the berries, and yeah, getting all the sheep there. But truth be told, with Picker's Gloves versus with hunting dogs, I think it's only 0.2 faster, isn't it? It's 1.08 versus 1.1. Herd versus berries, but then Celt obviously, they get an upgrade too. That no one else gets. But anyway, both players, I think fairly safely, fairly conventionally, just going to go for the H2. Only 4 on stone for Verhoover and 3 on stone for Optimal. Optimal seems to be way ahead in score for some reason. But he's not actually able to get any of these sheep, so that's wonderful for Verhoover, who's secured all that. He's going to really reduce his need to get on berries anytime soon, or expand onto a second hunt, which Optimal's already having to do so. But here is a nice secure one up here at the back. Bronze Age finishing up for Verhoover. And Optimal still working towards his resources for his town centre. Verhoover's going to get his pretty much now. Optimal's going to be slightly slower with his, but he's also probably going to be able to throw down that production facility a little bit quicker behind it as well, because he's only just getting the stone for his now. It's going to be slightly later than Verhoover's, but at the same time, like I said, he's slightly ahead in terms of wood. Already has handsaw finished, whereas Verhoover's is just finishing up now. Big upgrade at 15% increased wood gathering. So you're getting an extra 0.15 wood per second as you gather basically per villager. And really nice deny here from Verhoover, who's forced Optimal to have to cancel and reposition the TC a little bit slower. So wonderful scout micro straight onto where Optimal was going to put the TC there, try and maximize the value and get close gathering wood and food, but he's got to resort to just food. So he's held up the TC by a couple of seconds there too, because his is almost finished up. Optimal's only about half done, but at the same time Optimal stables down already There's already a barracks in response by Behoover. So we're going to see camels, which I'm really glad to see because I really like Optimal's camels playstyle. It's just wonderful stuff to watch. He's really strong with his multitasking. At the same time, Behoover is a phenomenal defender, which accounts 21 to 22 in Behoover's favour at the moment. Seems to be spending slightly better. He's forcing out that range now already, but ooh, Optimal already has it set. So I'm just wondering why Optimal seems to be a little bit ahead in score. He's getting up some more upgrades as well, pickers and pickaxe. So really useful techs. 12% gold gathering and 20% food gathering off berries. Camels already in production for Optimal. Behoover just going to start squeezing out the Spearman now. A bit of extra gold being floated right now, but he wants to probably try and push out Spear Champion pretty quickly as well once he sees the camels. Behoover Scout's still alive. He's probably going to want to try and get the healing upgrade for it if he wants to continue scouting around his opponent's base, because that fellow is really done for at 23 HP, but Optimal's just nearly as low. A bit of a fight going on here, but Optimal microing the camels so he can almost trade cost effectively against that. Waiting for the perfect opportunity to go in, try and force some cancels or get some villager kills or gathering denial. Seems to be trading alright so far. He just needs to get some healing out on this army, and he can keep doing this for now because the Greek player has only got a certain amount of health on his spears too. And you've got access to the earlier healing as the Persian. As the Egyptian player. And there's Spear Champion coming out. So the Pierce Armor, pretty negligible in this trade. But that snare is going to be really useful in stopping Optimal from being able to do that nice micro and just really balance out which units are getting damaged. Two of his camels at 200 health. The rest are all still at full. Except for one fellow there. He's up to 8 camels now. He's going to try for a little hit here. See what damage he can deal. He managed to pick off a villager and force a fair few back into the town centre. Behoover a little bit slow on getting the villagers out of the second town centre here. He's actually only on 30. Oh, he's on 36 villagers apiece. Right now he's not actually. Oh, there we go. He's got loom in production. He's going to need it. He's having to keep a lot of these guys garrisoned, and Optimal really on the money, moving away as soon as the spears are nearly in range to hit. So this is the sort of game that Optimal wants to be playing, I think. Already getting chariots out as well behind this, really fast. 2 villages ahead of Behoover at the moment at 40 to 38. And quick chariot transition is going to mean that Behoover's going to have to get Saris to deal with this, and he's going to have to throw down the stables to actually be able to do so. He's committed heavily to the barracks and to the range for now. It's already the early chariots there for the Egyptians, so the Greek player is already going to want to, already a little bit behind the sense that he wants to age up here to get the third town center, to get the unit counter out. Optimal just needs to get some more stone. Behoover's already started to float a fair bit of stone. So Optimal moving out now. He's really keeping his spending down. His resources down. He's spending absolutely brilliantly at the moment. Small population lead over Behoover. 50 to 45 is the villager count. He's shifting his army around. This mixed stables composition is continuing to only produce out of the stables at the moment, but he's adding an armory as well, so that's going to and some value to this composition. They can really start harassing through this wood line. So Optimal going to try and clean up the spears really quickly, and then collapse on the Toxotes. Losing a camel so far. So he's trading reasonably well, but he's sort of caught in a bit of a gap here. The Hoover coming around onto his army, but at the same time, his mounted units are slightly faster than the unmounted units, so the chariot goes down. More units of the Hoovers heading around to flank this army. So no villagers falling there, and another chariot goes down. I mean, another camel goes down. Third town centre coming out for Optimal Acorn though. So Behoover gonna have to look at aging up soon, but he's continuing to add tech too. So this is really good for the Greek player, in the sense that the longer this game heads on, when it's in this Egypt versus Greek matchup, when it's this mass stables versus, you know, the Greek player being slower on the stables, at least now he's got the breathing space to be able to get these stables out. He didn't lose too much there. Optimal losing a lot of these high value units. Chariots are worth 160 resources apiece and the camels 100, whereas all these units here from the Greek player are worth 60 and 65. So if you're trading 1-to-1, right here, dropping, well, I shouldn't say dropping the occasional villager. You don't want to drop the occasional villager, but you do not want to have to worry about too much about dropping a tiny bit of gathering time. Right now, Optimal, pretty hefty army and mostly chariots, and there's not a lot of anti-range to deal with this in a sense. There's a lot of anti-cavalry and a lot of ranged anti-infantry, but this is a nice comp here for Optimal to do hit and runs cost effectively there, just throwing away a couple more of the camels basically. So now he's left with just the chariots, and he can just keep trying to hit and run here until there's a lot of the saris out, and then once the saris are out, he can transition back to the camels with champion, and this time actually do much better against Toxotes, and even against any Peltas that might come out from the ranges of the Greek player. So Optimal right now really trying to find a gap in Behoover's play, in his defensive play, in response to this mass stables composition. A lot of spears going down. But this also frees up Behoover's population to actually get the right units to defend right now, because these chariots are going to be able to deny a bit of vision, fight a couple more cost-effective fights. And now the saris are in, so Optimal can't really stick around against them. He's going to have to get some camels in the mix, or do something here to try and take a head-on fight. Behoover's scout actually catches the army there, but Optimal catches the scout and picks it off. So really a high level multitasking here from both players. You can see him bouncing around. Optimal and Behoover both really quick players. This big wall of Toxotes though is going to be run into by a pack of chariot archers, so I think Optimal's going to be able to deal quite a bit of damage here. Going to kite away from the spears. The saris are coming in to wrap around, and they're going to get a couple of kills here, and they are actually faster than the chariots, especially once they've been snagged by the spearmen. So the chariots are going to be caught in a fight that's not so good for them. Optimal transitioning back to Camel Rider, getting the armor for the Egyptians, which is actually a double tech in a sense. You get all three of your armor types out of the one technology, whereas the other civs, where's Behoover's armory? Here we go. You can see the armor techs, it's a 2 and a 1 armor type bonus, whereas the Egyptian, yeah, it's a more expensive tech, but at the same time, it's a combo. But right now, Behoover trying to raid the flank of Optimal, this time being able to put some more pressure on his opponent, forcing a bit of garrison here. Optimal trying to raid Behoover in response to this. 12 villagers tucked away for Vahuva. In the meantime, for Optimal, but in the meantime, Vahuva having to have a bunch of his on the run. So 76 villagers to 90, and that is Optimal's way. Vahuva just now aging up. At the same time, Optimal doesn't want to take a head-on fight, I don't think. Vahuva's able to really secure a little bit outside his base now. Over here on the left side. On the right side, he's got to be a little bit careful. He hasn't really got anything to sort of ward off Optimal. No production facilities or anything. No wall. So Optimal's just going to keep trying to work away at that gold mine. At the same time, there is that Spearman Toxotes force there, which is at least unattractive to camels. So you sort of need chariots or a mixed force like this one to deal with it. Gotta be careful to not fight the Greek head on with Spearman or Hoplites and Prodromos, and enough Saris to clean this up. So right now the Egyptian player continuing to hit and run, getting another big bunch of villager kills. 73 to 99 villagers is the count at the moment, and Optimal is a huge number is the age 3 techs in queue at the moment. Getting handcart. Vahuva really just has villagers in queue, not even wheelbarrow. Optimal about to get handcart, so he's really going to have more efficient gathering per villager, as well as more villagers here, and he's continuing to try and find holes in Vahuva's army, picking off this front line once again, and this forcing the Saris to retreat to once again mean that Optimal himself is okay, but at the same time he needs these camels to try and work away at these Saris as quickly as possible. Vahuva in the meanwhile needs to be careful to not lose the Saris and try and pick off the chariots, skip the camels for now unless they're really low like this one. But right now it's a bit of a tough race. Vahuva trying to send some more units in because he's really low on resources. Optimal's really taking a bit of a solid lead behind him with this eco, with this hit and run economy and army composition. He's really making everything work with his smaller army, but here come the Prodromos, and is there enough camels to deal with this? So Vahuva, impressive defense because Optimal is throwing everything he has at him, and right now Vahuva just trying to decide how to best spend his food because he's pretty much broke in terms of food and gold. Optimal, plenty in the bank, up to 102 villagers to his opponent's 86. Another pocket of cavalry here, heading around to try and work at this gold mine. Like I said, now that there's been a bit of a gap open up here, he's going to try again. There's been some production added around it, and there is Prodromos here to defend, but there is chariots to back them up. There's no Saris to back up the Prodromos at the moment, so Vahuva is going to have to back off because he really can't take that fight without being able to kill all the chariots first, and then he really still can't fight camels head on without bringing enough spearmen in or hoplites in once he's killed the chariots. And over here on the left side, now he's been raided. Vahuva is just not able to keep up in terms of the gathering and being able to respond to all this multi-pronged aggression from Optimal at the moment. He's defending as best as he can, and he's not losing a huge amount, but at the same time, Optimal is growing slowly further and further ahead at the moment, deleting some more of his infantry just to make space for this mass cavalry army while he works towards being able to... Oh, actually, I take that back. He deleted the spearmen because he wanted to just mass up champion axemen behind this as well. So where's he sending them to? Gotta figure that out because he's going to want to make a push with them somewhere before he goes to age. Did he actually finish them? No, he got them. Yeah, there we go. A whole bunch of barracks is here. Trying to really expand his base. Age 4 is finished now. There's Camel Archer, Chariot Archer champion finishing up, and so is Desert Conditioning. Fight going on here, but I think Vahuva's actually prepared to try and take it. He's got a bit of range and support. He's got a bit of spears mixed amongst his cavalry, so Optimal is really just playing around the stables for the time being. Just waiting for the right moment to add in all the axemen. But Verhoover going to make use of the fact that this Greek mixed stables comp is a little bit faster than the Egyptian one. He's actually at 11.5 speed, whereas the Egyptian has to resort to 9.4 if he's moving both the unit types together. So Verhoover going to get a bit of a successful raid off here, killing a few of these villagers for Optimal, but at the same time this is meaning that Optimal is free to actually queue up some more army in this position, and he's already got plenty in the bank. He's got a healthy villager count. At the same time, Verhoover's actually lapped him on villagers. It's 99 to 90 in Verhoover's favour. So now he's got an economy that's 10% bigger than his opponent's, but he needs to hold on and get the value out of it. Right now, Optimal is pushing into him. I hope this hasn't crashed. Oh, there we go. So Optimal working his way through Verhoover's base. He wants to hit these farms just like Verhoover's doing to him right now. It's 99 to 84 villagers at the moment. Verhoover continuing to shift his cavalry through his opponent's base. Optimal trying to hit one of these town centers. He's forced a huge number of villagers to garrison here. But Verhoover is also trying to find somewhere to get a lot of value for the time being. And Verhoover cleaning up most of this army here of Optimals. Continuing to raid his opponent, but Optimal well-placed fortress. Plenty of Axeman champions chasing this up, trying to get the kills to secure his own base. 78 villagers to 99. Verhoover now looking extremely solid, but at the same time there's a big massive Axeman champ outside his base, so interesting to see what Optimal's got planned, because I think he's just looking to mass everything up and push somewhere. He's mostly thinned out this massive stables units inside his base. Verhoover bringing everything together to try and push here. But Optimal's also got this huge force of Axeman Camel champ, and he just needs to get more of his damage upgrades. But he has the last armor upgrade. Meanwhile, Verhoover, plenty of age 3 upgrades himself. No age 4 upgrades, of course. And he's playing from 20 population down right now. Huge force of Axeman champ working their way into his base while he's trying to push up and buy himself a bit of space here over on the left side. He's really denying his opponent's market line for the time being, so Optimal's going to have to look at expanding his market elsewhere on the map, or coming back and cleaning this up at some stage. In saying that, that's a huge number of Axemen inside Verhoover's base right now. Is he going to be able to respond to this in time? Oh, Verhoover, no. That's crazy. That's nutty. Verhoover's losing a lot of villagers at the moment, trying to get that gold. I think he's panicking a bit because right now Optimal Axeman inside his base, tearing down production all over his base. He's trying to buy himself as much time as he can over here now to try and finish off some buildings. There's an unfinished barracks here, and I don't know if he's going to finish this range or this town center in time. But he's continuing to hit these stables over here, and Optimal cleaning up a couple of villages of Verhoover's there. So Verhoover, 89 villages, Optimal 93. Wonderful recovery play here from both players, and they're continuing to hit one another. Optimal sniping the battering rams as they're coming out here for Verhoover, and he's forcing a lot of villagers off their resources. This is terrible for Verhoover's economy. Thank you for the follow. And there's a lot of units going down here for Optimal over on this right side as Verhoover cleans up around his production facilities, but at the same time Optimal is just a monster of the economy and his macro behind this. He's got so many units in production. He's already maxed out once again. He's pushing straight into Verhoover's base, who is doing a valiant effort in holding here. All these Toxotes parked really nicely behind all the buildings, makes it very hard for Optimal to find the best spot to push in here. You might even want to take down this storehouse that's in the way, because all these spearmen blocking the Toxotes. But even the Rams coming forward just to try and take a bit of damage. Buy some time for the Toxotes to kill off the Axemen and some of the camels. But Hoover, I think he might be done for in this game number 1. Right now he is continuing to push through with the battering rams, so this is really creative stuff from him as well. He's going to try with his every last breath to take out these markets, and I think he is going to get the first one. He does. Well, he's not going to be able to get the second though. So Hoover going to have to come up with something else, and he isn't able to. GG, he taps out. He just hasn't got the resources in the bank to defend from this position. Down 68 to 93 villagers. Ultimate wonderful hit and run play there. GG, well played, guys. That game 1. Something else. Every time I've got to swap. Always got to swap the bloody player names or the player scores. Every time. We'll be back in just a sec with game number 2. Actually, guys, I'm actually going to have to cut this matchup short because Carnage is coming for another game. We're going to call this one a best of 1 and finish it there, I'm afraid. We are going to bring Carnage into the mix against one of them. We are going to have Hoover versus Carnage now. Sorry for all the chopping and changing tonight, guys, but I hope you've enjoyed the games. Oh, tonight? Sorry, today, or this morning, or wherever you are. Whatever time it is, I hope you've enjoyed the games. But we'll be back soon. Alright guys, sorry about the delay in bringing Carnage on today, this morning, this afternoon. And we bring you Oasis. We've got Carnage spawning the right hand side of the map. The Babylonian player in the green trunks. And in the blue trunks today. I mean the blue trunks. Oh, sorry, I got that completely backwards. Sorry, I got Verhoover here. It's tired. It's late, I'm tired. I'm hella confused. I don't know what I'm doing. Anyway, we've got Verhoover here. Sorry, the green Persian player. Disregard everything I've just said. Except for that last bit. And the yellow Babylonian player. Carnage. So both players, early spears. They want to get that barracks out ASAP. Even getting it before a storehouse here, in Verhoover's case. Carnage obviously has the ox cart, but skipping his second ox cart before the barracks. And both players obviously want to try and contest this water as best they can. It's funny how it's got this little strip here. The random map generator has done that. Interesting design. So anyway, like I said, Oasis. Opening with Dock first, on other water maps that are bigger, is great. On Oasis, it's suicide. Generally. So, because your opponent is often going to do this play where they're even going to skip their first storehouse and wear the barracks, get the storehouse, then afterwards, just to force out that extra couple of units and keep them out. So Carnage's going to have to go for a bit of an earlier house here. Being Babylonian, he's going to want to have 3 ox carts here. One for the gold, one for the wood, one for the food. Well, Verhoover just moving up into the mid-map with his Sparrow. Carnage trying to do what harass he can. Now, being a Civ other than Egyptian, he's actually doing a reasonable amount of damage to the Sparrow because they've just got the standard amount of melee armor on par with all the other Age 1 units. Where they really shine is that they've got that pierce armor, so that's what really makes them good against Egyptian and against the ranged Norse scout. As PF2K has said earlier, he pretty much taught me that, so thank you for that, man. But anyway, here, back at the Hoover's base, he's getting a tent. He's got hunting dogs already. Carnage, no hunting dogs just yet. He wants to try and get this lake as quickly as he can. Try and age up and take a warship, I imagine. And then just continue to push in with a mixed army. Or play around heavy lances if he chooses to do so, because that's always viable as Babylonian. And Verhoover, player in the green trunks, not the yellow. And Carnage, player in the yellow trunks, not the green. Just having a bit of a break in play here. While Verhoover tries to mass up and decide whether or not to commit to an early Age 2 or try and bust out in Age 1. But he's actually stopped the Sparrow production there. So I guess Age 2 is the answer. Meanwhile, Carnage getting his 7th spear in the mix. And he stopped his spear production as well, so he wants to try and take a fight here. A10 has finished up for the Persian player, and he's pretty much finished up this first hunt, so this is sort of ideal for him, in a sense, because he can just send the low Sparrow back a tad. And he's taking a nice fight here, but at the same time, Carnage is going to get a couple of these Sparrow in just a moment. So everyone's watching this little segment, all 3 of us. Right here, you can't even see the other player cams because they're looking exactly where I am. We're even microing back now, but it may be a bit too little too late in a sense. He probably could have afforded to pull out the low Sparrow early there. Just to get that healing a little bit faster, but he is going to finish the aid tent. Going to finish the hunt now, so that storehouse has pretty much done its job as an aid tent and as a gathering facility. And Picker's Gloves is probably going to be on the way here for Verhoover soon, but at the same time, he's, yeah, got to get another house out. Got to try and get the second town centre out. Getting Handsaw out first. In fact, he may even try and get on another hunt if he can, but Carnage is going to deny the second hunt opportunity here for Verhoover, so he's unfortunately going to have to commit to Handsaw. I mean, going to have to commit to Pickers, so he's queued it up now. The Carnage is well ahead in terms of score at the moment, having won that initial fight. And he's just going to wrap around with the spears just to make sure there's nothing around here, and at the same time work his way around to the Wood Gatherers. If Verhoover tries to go for a TC here on the Boars, he's not going to be able to, which he's not. He's going on the front side of his base, which is good too, because it gives him a nice zoning potential, and it gives him, yeah, good pressure close to these resources. But at the same time, Carnage going to take out either this wood storehouse or a couple of villages here if he can. So Carnage really far ahead in score at the moment. 3 fishing ships up. He's 28 to 19 villages at the moment, so he's doing exceptional at the moment. He's just starting his second town centre now, so it's a little bit later than Verhoover's, but at the same time, he's just steamrolling over Verhoover at the moment with that greater economy with the water at the moment. So Verhoover has no army at this point in time, just trying to gather as much as he can to play a bit of catch up here. Already well down in terms of score. Carnage, in the meanwhile, just sitting on the lake, just guarding his fishing ships, in case somehow Verhoover had managed to force out some early early Asabara, or had some leftover Spara or something here to try and harass these fishing ships, but there's nothing yet. Range coming out now for Verhoover. Carnage really booming in terms of economy, adding in a couple of stables now. So he's going to add in the Lancers. We need to get like a monkey helmet for both the Lancer and his horse. Guys, if you could get on that in the 3D department, I will love you forever. So we can have the monkey lance in the game as an actual thing. Anyway, we're getting the stables out from Verhoover. So he's going for a 1-1-1 opening, but Carnage just massing up stables, getting his gardens as well, gives him that train time benefit. Each successive garden adds the amount of research and training time reduction he's getting here. So he's going to be able to really zoom ahead in terms of production. Carnage already about 15 pop ahead of his opponent Verhoover here. And he knows all about, well, he doesn't actually know, he's just unable to see Hoover's gathering for the time being, but very soon he'll know about that hunt. Hoover actually got some villagers here. Throw something up. Oh, there we go, another storehouse. But there's these Lancers here in the mix. Just took a couple of shots from the guard tower, backed out, and now they're going to come here and try and disrupt the Persian player. But Verhoover's prepared. He's got this nice mix of units here. He's just going to have to kite everything back, and he does drop a Lancer. And this fishing ship is precariously placed. It takes a couple of shots, but backs out. And this forward watchtower is going to be a bit of use for Verhoover. He's really crept up here. He really just needs another one over here, I think, because then he can really defend these resources over here. And he's going to need to do that to be able to try and establish a foothold on the lake and really punish Carnage on it, in a sense. Lock down this school of fish, maybe this one as well, when he starts adding in some Asabara into his army, because he's already got the stables. He's going to try and destroy the watch post if he can. Lancer's going to wrap around from Carnage into Verhoover's base though. So he's going to have to be careful of that. No spinman here. On defense. Carnage actually backing... Oh, he's deciding he can't actually see anything though. So he's going to commit to it. Because Verhoover has everything positioned up next to the lake. He's trying to mass up a force to try and push on the lake again, but Carnage is just really disrupting his economy down here. Verhoover's not budging because he knows he can also get pushed into up here. So Verhoover losing a couple of units, but ultimately he's not too worse for wear. He's on 47 to Carnage's 57 villages, so he's not too far behind considering ox carts and fishing ship count. He's actually caught up a bit in terms of score. This guard tower, I think, is going to get picked off. It's not going to be able to go up in time. And this is a huge number of Lancers here. And he's finishing off Lancer Champion. Now that he's got his age 3. Galley pops out for the Persian player though. So really nice of Verhoover to actually get back onto the water here. And he's going to micro around his galley as best he can, but it's pretty much surrounded by Lancers and does go down in the end. He is going to pick off the Vireme there from the Babylonian player. So both players really have crept towards the lake, as you can see. Carnage's third town center going towards the back of his base, I think it was, and then this one is his second. So yeah, both of them really creeping towards the lake and then backwards. And Verhoover losing some of these berries gatherers, which is going to be a bit tough for him. At the same time, he's got plenty of food in the bank, but he's not going to have a lot of food left in easy spots. Well, any that are going to be easier than this, he's going to have to expand down over here as well. This isn't going to last forever, and once again he's bleeding some more villages, so he's down to 45 to 68 for the time being. Carnage is really exploding in terms of villager count, but also giving up the lake for the time being. There's not a Vireme in production yet for Carnage. And Verhoover just parking the galley there for now, but he could creep it forward and probably get some kills here on the gold mine. But I think he's a little bit wary to not overextend with it, because if he gets surrounded by Lancers, he could be done for. And here we go, a couple of Lancers charging in on the galley, which is not good for it. Verhoover can't afford to take too many shots from charges of the Lancers. They're going to deal that extra damage and then be able to back out relatively quickly. 71 to 50 is the worker count now. Carnage is in a dominant position there with his gathering. He's also spending really well. He hasn't got a lot more in the bank over Verhoover at the moment. And he's up by 40 population. He's going to snipe the galley now. So now any fishing ships here of Verhoover's are really exposed. The Lancers can just go in and do the same time and time again. And Verhoover just needs to get a force to be able to deal with Lancers. Especially now that they got the champion upgrade. All that Carnage has in production is Lancers and iron smelting, so he just wants to get as much damage out with them. Boom! Big hits with the Lancers, forcing the Persian player to actually stack his army up. It's really dictating the flow of the play at the moment. Iron smelting finishing up. Caravans now finishing up for Carnage, but they are going to get spotted by Verhoover, so he's going to know all about that one. Same time, Verhoover still hasn't got a market line himself yet. He's stuck in the early stages of his age 3, just now adding in his mounted archers and some more Asabara. Don't think he's got champion just yet either, so Lancer champion are really going to shred most of this Persian army if caught out. And Carnage is free to hit and run around the map, continue massing the Lancers as well. He's even getting horsemanship, get that extra speed. He's going to come down here and clean up all these storehouses and the watch post. Deny Verhoover the vision, the gathering potential for now. So it's only a loss of about 225 wood, but even still, Hoover's not able to gather from here. He's got to expand over to the other side of the map, which Carnage knows all about with his watch post placement. So he's seen the town centre. He's even bringing the villager back. He's active everywhere on the map. He's like a spider, man. He's got 8 arms, this bloke. And he's adding in another garden. Age 3 won't be far off his mind. He's got the resources to be able to do so. Just about maxed out. I think that might be what he's aiming to do here, because he's just about maxed. He's split his camels up. He's going to try and... Sorry, he split his lances up. He's going to try and hit both these villagers. Did I say camels? Sorry. Yeah, he's split his lances up. Going to try and hit all the houses and the villagers of Vahuva, who's going to need to split his army up pretty quickly to be able to respond to this, because otherwise he's going to lose a lot. He's going to need to throw up houses very quickly. All these villagers being sniped here. Really going to hurt him. 57 to 85 is the villager count now, so Carnage establishing a big lead. There is a raid here from Vahuva in response, but Carnage has got the units to be able to mop this up with brutal efficiency. The town centre going down there for Vahuva, and this raiding army is going to get picked to pieces. Part of it does get out, and Vahuva taps out. GG, well played to both players. Bad luck on the Oasis, considering it's such a coin flip of a map in the early game, but at the same time, Carnage really strangled Vahuva there in the mid game. GG, well played. And thank you for all the games today, Vahuva. So we're just going to take a quick break and figure out what we're doing. Alright guys, so we've got Optimal Acorn versus Carnage coming up right now. Are you guys ready? Because I am. I'm keen to see this one. So, we have a game on Tundra. So spawning, top side of the map, Carnage, who's paused the game. Both players asking for a re on the map. Sorry, Eerie. I apologize. Give me 1 minute and we're gonna try again. Alright guys, so we're starting with this game, finally. And we've got Carnage versus Optimal Acorn. And we've been gifted equal footing. So this should impress both players. A very, very standard map. They're gonna be happy with this one. I've given Optimal the light blue color because I like it. I love seeing the light blue color. So I've given him that, and I know Carnage likes yellow because he's the gold standard. So I've given him that, and I know he's going to be happy that I've said that. So we're finding a hunt now. Perhaps not the nicest. A little bit outside the TC. Carnage, meanwhile, same position. Neither player with the best hunt. Starting out, so fairly even sort of opening here. And barracks abound. Both players going for the early barracks. Going to see some early Spearman v Spearman activity. Optimal picking his Egyptian, his trusty Egypt. So I wonder how this is going to fare for him. He was able to get the win over Hoover earlier today. Really impressive stuff from him so far. Sorry, just fixing up the number. All sorted. So anyway, the barracks finishing up for both players. Carnage a little bit faster on his, so he's finished up his Spearman. A little bit quicker than Optimal. So, Abbey Troll versus Karachi here. Very interesting, highly anticipated matchup. Optimal going to scout out Carnage, who in the meanwhile is still just greed scouting around his base. I think he's going to look at wrapping around now and checking to see whether the spears are coming out as well, and sort of get a bit of a read on where Optimal might want to expand to over on this side of the map. So neither player moving out with their early spearmen. Storehouse going down for Optimal now. It's actually right on top of the gold mine, I think. I don't know if he's going to be able to gather in that little corridor in between or not. Possibly. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll wait and see. Kind of just scout, peeking at the crocodiles because he wants to try and flank his opponent here losslessly with the spears. Optimal in the meanwhile pushing up, trying to do the same. Both players avoiding one another there. But Carnage is going to hit slightly sooner, and Optimal is going to have to retreat here because he's going to want to defend this as best he can. He's going to be fighting with lopsided numbers at the moment, and he's going to lose his spear really quickly here. They're really squishy Egyptian spearmen, so Optimal's going to have to micro his heart out to keep these little guys alive until he stacks them all up and then send the low ones to the back of this army. Carnage is going to try and pick him off as best he can. He's pretty much nearly managed to get the snare lock on that one there. Optimal's actually housed for a brief moment. Needs to get a town center down, needs to get a house down, but does so. He's going to push out and try and repel Carnage here. He's continuing to get more pressure. He's forced the berries, the Picker's Gloves upgrade, out of his opponent. So Optimal on the berries, defending with all of his might. Optimal in the meanwhile. Well, Carnage in the meanwhile. No eco-techs just yet. So he's able to put more into his military at this stage. And he can always still get hunting dogs to great effect. Particularly being Babylonian, you can always just move your ox carts rather than losing them like a storehouse. Optimal and Carnage probably both on the way to age 2 now, so Ziggurat going down. Oh, and the second barracks actually from the Egyptian player, so he's delaying the age up. I thought that was a temple there. But no Temple Ra just yet from the Egyptian player. Optimal having to slow down his teching and his eco path in order to try and defend here, because Carnage is really keeping on his toes, continuing to produce spears. This is a tough fight for the Egyptian player to be taking. Carnage is getting a lot of kills. So they train 2 seconds quicker, but they're just that little bit squishier, so Carnage coming off the better in a lot of these fights here. Slowly creeping ahead in terms of population, which is not a good sign for the Egyptian player. So Optimal having to keep mustering up more spearmen. Got the second barracks out. Actually, he's stopped spearmen so he can produce as many axemen as he possibly can. Behind this now, actually getting spear champion too, just in case Carnage gets the lancers out. But there's a second town center, and that's been seen by Optimal, so he knows that at least he's safe from the lancers for the time being. But it's that cheap, he can actually muster up a lot of spears to go for a big all-in push if he wishes. The amount of houses he's adding in this quickly, I think that might be what he's looking to do. He's just going to go for a mass spear push. Really interesting stuff here from the Egyptian player. Or the Babylonian player. Not a lot going on back at home. He's still got his initial spear army. But there's not a lot else. A range coming out now, but it's going to hit quite late. Carnage has got double stacked TCs. But that's really the only upside of this story at the moment, because Optimal double spear production right now. Bad player. Only single spear production for the time being. Optimal trying to just do a bit of a check, see what's going on. Try and lure the spears out as well because he's flooding in the streams of the double barracks for the time being. He's spending everything. He's got nothing left in the bank at the moment. He's all the way up to 64 pop at the moment. He's only got 27 villagers. Carnage is already at 30, so Optimal, as this goes on, as Carnage has the second TC, he draws slowly further and further ahead in the villager count. But Optimal is able to mount an immense amount of pressure right now. There's a second range being finished up and the first one is finished, but right now Optimal just needs to try and thin out these bowman numbers before there's a big death ball of them, before this hits a critical mass, and he can really break Carnage here. He's split off some spearmen to be able to try and chip at the bowman, so Carnage is just going to have to micro these guys back eventually. But I think Carnage has the units to hold against this push. So it looks like the massive spearmen are unable to really make their way through the army. And Optimal taps out GG. The double barracks push, cheese, not successful. And Optimal left a lot of spearmen at home here. I wonder if this really hurt him. He really could have brought those there. Because if he had killed those bowmen, I think he could have really turned the tide. There's not a lot of spearmen left here for the Babs player. And that is 11 spearmen. I think if Optimal had got a better hit on these bowmen, because there's only a few there, he might have been able to make a bit more light of that. And if he had hit it just a little bit earlier. But anyway, GG, well played. I'll just figure out if Carnage wants to play a game with me or if he's got to go. Alright guys, so Pharos versus Eshwar is underway. We got a Babylonian versus Egyptian game today on Wildwoods. So I'll just swap it over now. And so, spawning bottom side of the map, you've got Eshwar, the green Egyptian player today, and the orange Babylonian player today is Pharos. So guys, give it up for them. Both players moving on to their hunts now. In this map, no water, just a lot of wood in the middle of the map. Man, it's been a real bonanza of games. This is the 10th game for today, I think. And that'll be it. I'm going to bed after this one. I swear to God, I'm not staying up for another one. And apologies guys to all the other players and everyone signing up. Recipes and advisors aren't actually included in the prize pool, but you can get a legendary item of level 40 or a legendary epic of level 40 if you lose by playing in the show matches. So keep that in mind when you're signing up, because the rewards are pretty nice. Best of 3, 5 or 1, the rewards are the same, but yeah, sort of relying on the players to not abuse that. Tonight I'm just doing a bunch of best of ones, just sort of as for the games, because I had a player that was going to be a bit late, and now he's into play today. Pharos is here, so we got him versus Eshwar in this this Babylonian versus Egyptian game. Sorry, I probably won't be talking a huge amount, considering I've talked a lot tonight, so I'm going to give it a bit of a rest. Templar Ra going out for Eshwar. So Pharos has already started his stone gathering. Eshwar just starting his now. Both players going to play a fairly macro oriented style by the look of it. Cigarette going down for the bad player now, so a little bit slower on that one. That's coming out now for Eshwar as well. So both players going to want to go for early houses on these civs. Barracks coming out now for Pharos. Pharos throwing up a house now. Eshwar already has handsaw on the way with slightly quicker age up. And Eshwar seems to be a little bit closer to getting that second town centre out. Obviously hasn't committed to the barracks that Pharos has. Sorry, I just wanted to check something. Town centre going out now for Eshwar. So Pharos starting his spearman production now. Pretty close to his town centre as well. Already got hunting dogs. Eshwar, no hunting dogs, but he's already got handsaw. Pharos going to throw down the town centre, but only using 3 villages to do so at this point. He thinks he's relatively safe. Only 4, maybe a 5th as well. A little bit slower on his handsaw and his town centre. Hasn't committed to any gardens just yet. He's massed up some spears and Eshwar going for his stables first. But there will already be spears here to defend for Pharos. We've got one up here just in case. Eshwar scanning out a little hunt in the corner of Pharos is there, so really preventing anything from happening down there and hoping to try and catch out something, but I think he's aware about this town centre. So he hasn't really had much of a scout of his opponent's base yet. And the camels that are going to pop out of the stables not going to be of great effect until they're up into reasonable numbers, because there are a good number of spearmen here for Pharos. And the scout does get picked off. So yeah, Pharos already splitting his spears up. Eshwar did see the stables go down though. He's having a barracks of his own. Pharos continuing to scout Eshwar's base now. Pair of barracks going down for Eshwar. Pharos starting to add lances to his composition. So there's already berries, picker's gloves, sorry, for the berries, and hunting dogs and handsaw. Hunting dogs, pickaxe, and handsaw for Eshwar. No pickaxe yet for Pharos. So this little group of camels making its way over to Pharos' base. Eshwar's adding on another stables as well. And another stables for Pharos being added too. There's already some spearmen over there to protect that, and some lances here, but they're not really suitable to fight the camels. But the camels just do a bit of a run by, don't really engage by any means. They're just sort of still scouting out. Pharos already has his scout parked up here as well, so Eshwar's going to have to make a move soon. It's a tough angle for him to get any value out of. The houses are in the way, and everything's sort of tucked in behind the resources here. So the camels not really able to get any value out. Pharos seems to be a bit behind in score, but he's only down by 2 villages overall. Eshwar seems to be gathering really well though. He's expanding around his base. He's got map control for the time being. The camel run by does, yeah, free him up to take as much of the map as he pleases for now. Really would benefit with killing all the deer before he moves on to it though, because this scattering is really going to harm him with that gathering. Lance is moving out now for Pharos. Eshwar looking to take this hunt down here because he's going to need to feed his army. He's taken age 3 now, quite early. Added in some axemen. Barracks and stables on the way. Pharos really defensively at the moment. Really like his base layout too. Let's see the polar opposites. Pharos actually missing that hunt, but he's going to go straight on this berries, I think. No, he's actually going to run straight past it, and he's going to get caught by Eshwar, who is going to move forward a little bit in response. And he is ready to deal with these lances. The camels and the lances. Well, the lances actually slightly slower than the camels. They are going to be able to make a run for it anyway. Silver Age for both players. Third town centre going down for Eshwar, and Pharos is a little bit further away. He's already getting Lancer Champion though, so he's got a lethal army. He's already 10 pop, or 5 pop ahead of Eshwar. There's a lot of production here for Eshwar as well, so he's not to be counted out. Pharos is only just adding in gardens now. But he also has pharmacology as well, a Babylonian unique tech where all of his units have healing, self-regeneration. I think it's only like 1 a second though, so it's not much at all. But it does add up overall, because if you've got units sitting idle for a couple of minutes and a handful of them damaged, it really does add up to a little bit. Axeman Champion finishing off for Eshwar, and he's added a lot of camels here. No champion for them just yet. It's a really nice boost for them to have. That little health bonus and the bonus versus the range, because Pharos now has mounted archers in the mix. Adding in another stables himself. Market going down for Pharos, so this is probably what's going to start to set him apart economically from Eshwar. He is down in terms of score actually, but he is up in terms of villager count by 2, although his ox cart count is obviously more than 2 at this stage, and they do count towards that stat. Lots of mounted archers being added to this mix now, so it's going to be predominantly stables comp attacking force, and I think the spearmen are just going to sit back at home in case Pharos gets pushed into, and he's just going to try and make use of this little mobile army. 11 speed units. Eshwar can always get mounted training though, and the camels will at least be as fast or faster than the Babylonian comp, but the chariots are that little bit slower. Third town centre for Pharos going down now, so he's got a full map spread here. Eshwar just now starting his markets as well. Pharos' scout's probably just going to make its way out of that. Thankfully that's a wolf, not a rhino for him. This other wolf is dangerously close though. He actually micros to the far side, and I think he probably needed to. If he was there, he probably would get caught. He'd be close enough. Interesting, Pharos paying attention to that. This market does go down. This hunt is scouted by Pharos though, so this is good for him because he's gonna be pretty much prepped to go in. And over on this other side, he's at least got a forward column of spears here to protect this TC from the stables units. But Eshwar tries to take a fight with a boar with a single villager, and it's unsuccessful. But because he's watching here, he's actually able to get these villagers out on time. But Pharos is going to be able to make short work of this market and this other villager that's hanging around. Eshwar is here at the moment. Pharos is pretty much maxed out, but has a pretty split up army right now and is relying on getting this market to... But he isn't going to even get the market, and he is going to make his way out of here pretty late, so he's going to lose a lot of units right now. The market's still standing tall there for Eshwar. There's no caravans out of it just yet. Oh, there is a single one. And Pharos, the Great Wall of Pharos going down. That's a really scary army for him to face, so he's bringing all of his spearmen as well. He wants to deal with those camels, and he should be fine to deal with the chariots really, with a mix of mounted archers and lancers, but he's losing a couple of mounted archers here. Eshwar's now maxed out and he's in a really nice spot. He's getting a bunch of upgrades behind this, getting some more caravans on the way, more upgrades being added and more caravans too for Pharos. He's at a slight pop deficit and he's still got a bunch of spears in this army. The Lancer's going to go in on the chariots, I think. The Mounted Archer's doing short work of the camels. So Eshwar slowly slipping in terms of population, and he is at a bit of a disadvantage in terms of the travel distance here, so Pharos is repelling him right now. Eshwar's economy is looking really solid. Pharos is at 92 villages to Eshwar's 78 though, but yeah, so Pharos is ultimately going to be able to back this up longer and take the sustained fight better. But Eshwar has a huge amount in the bank actually. He's gathering really well. He's got a lot of his ecotechs ASAP. I think Pharos has been a little bit later on his. Hasn't made a huge amount of use of his gardens. I think he's only got the 3 so far. Whereas a lot of Babylonian players that are extremely proactive with their garden usage, in saying that, you know, against a comp like this, it's a tough call to make because they absolutely shred gardens, cavalry, and your mounted range units, just because they got that little bit more damage and that mobility. They can just weave in and out and snipe gardens all day long. But Pharos still only has 3 gardens in age 3. 4 gardens, sorry, but I think you can add another one still. So Eshwar still maxed out, Pharos still taking some more upgrades. And needs to get a couple more units out. Eshwar, really nice army, really nice base here. Pharos has actually got everything secured on the map, at least, mostly. So Eshwar hitting age 4 now, and getting Chariot Archer champ now too, so now he's starting to creep ahead of Pharos. Chainmail and barbed arrows incoming for Pharos, but it's only the tier 1 damage upgrade for the ranged units here. Eshwar's already working towards age 4. The chariots have already got full age 3 upgrades. The marker goes down for Eshwar. He's continuing to back out for now. He's just sort of stalling, I think, while he gets his age 4 town center up. So he's got the army size to take the fight. I think that's sort of his concern at the moment. Needs to get the market out somewhere though. He does need to take the fight eventually because Pharos is just going to back him into a corner. And he's going to look at pushing up now after getting a bit of healing done on this army. He's still waiting for Desert Conditioning to kick in, and Bodkin Arrows. Or Sheer Trust is kicking in for Pharos and his age 4. So Pharos is deleting the camel front line. But Eshwar has really parked his units in between his stables here, so this is going to be hard for Pharos to get a good surround with his lancers at the moment, so he's going to have to retreat. Eshwar does get that town center up, so he's got that bit of an advantage now. Has finished off his market again, so he's able to start moving his caravans around again. So more lancers, mounted archers joining the mix here. Fortress going down now for Pharos. And his age 4 finishes up, so he can throw down a town center too. He's no longer going to be at 20 population disadvantage. And he is getting out some war chariots because they are what he needs against these champ chariot archers. We've broken down the door and are looking at shredding this fortress. The war chariot, yeah, the war chariot's coming out. Now Eshwar creeping forward, but now Pharos has actually got the counter unit he needs. Eshwar's going to have to keep his army mobile here with these chariots. More lancers are going to pop out now. They are going to get picked off, so Eshwar is going to get a good trade out of that. But now there's war chariots. It's going to be really rough for him. War chariot champion could be even more hurtful. Some lancers, some war chariots, and some mounted archers in the mix. It's really hard for the Egyptian player to keep engaging in these fights. But then the more he backs away, the more the Babylonian heals behind this. It's saying that Eshwar has a huge amount in the bank, so he's just stocking it up. He's 20 pop down in terms of villages over Pharos, so he's got a much bigger army at the moment. I think Eshwar is actually going to get a favourable surround here. He's got plenty of camels in the mix, so these war chariots not so effective against the camels now. Great against the chariots, but switching back onto camels, Eshwar's able to start to turn the tide of this fight. But he needs to try and focus down all the lancers first before he can do anything too drastic. And there's not a huge number of mounted archers in the mix now, which is good for Eshwar, but Pharos still has a reasonable army for the time being. Does seem to be at a bit of a disadvantage taking this fight. He doesn't have a huge amount of bank behind this. Eshwar really just needs a bit more gold. There's plenty of wood and food to last extended fights here. Pharos still getting two-man sore. Needs to get a bit more gold. It's up to 97 villages to Eshwar's 74. So Eshwar focusing down one of the houses. Pharos is going to have to replace that. And eventually these stables as well, unless he responds here. He's just waiting for Broadhead to kick in. So he's going to get the extra damage on all of his ranged units. Going to try and take a nice fight there, picking off a chariot. Nearly killing a camel as well. Eshwar, plenty of money in the bank right now. Bigger force, like I said. Smaller worker count at 99 to 74, so 25 bigger army pop right now. And he seems to be making it work. He's killing yet another stables. He's moving further and further inside this base of Pharos's. I don't know if he's going to be able to get this stable. Oh, he does actually. So those chariots are able to put in a lot of work. Elephant Archer being added into the mix. And Pharos is going to be able to snipe it pretty quickly. Pharos is going to be able to wrap up this army reasonably quick here, actually. He's going to need this fight to get him back into the game, largely because he's at a huge resource deficit. Eshwar is gathering perfectly at the moment. He has a huge economy behind this. Even though he's got less villagers, he just, for now, has seemed to be gathering so much better than his opponent. We've been replacing storehouses faster, I think. Well, actually, Pharos is... Oh yeah, Pharos has got to get all the ox carts. So 74 to 94 is the villager count difference. Faris has a better market line, but he just seems to be struggling with his gold income. Eshwell's taking another fight, this time inside of his own half of the map. Faros, I think, has been repelled, so it's been a real back and forth here with these stables armies. Eshwell, in the meantime, is setting himself up to try and siege the top side of the map. Faros repelled once again, back down to under 140 pop. Eshwell just about max still. Eshwell is going to move in for the kill. Faros is trying to get a forward fortress up right now. A little bit unsuccessful in being able to do so. So Eshwell going to get a lot of value out of this, picking off all these units. But Faros not choosing to go in at all. There's a war elephant sort of sneaking up, trying to hit the stables. Trying to hit the armory. He's not going to get there in time. He's going to get picked off. And now Eshwell is sending the rest of his army through, so he wants to try and engage these lancers, the mounted archers. And here come the war chariots to try and clean up the chariots. So can Faros do it? Can he hold here, or has Eshwell broken him? Because Eshwell has a huge amount in the bank right now. Faros still holding on. Eshwell chipping through the walls slowly, little by little. Now Faros is chasing Eshwell down, but it's going to be of no great effect for him. He's going to lose these 270 resource units, these war chariots going down for him. So that's a bit of a big loss there for Faros. At the same time, Eshwell's broken through the gap and he's forced a bunch of units to come here and clean this up. A couple of mounted archers standing right on top of the war elephant. That's not so good for them. Faros needs to split them up. He is going to get the war elephant, but those units are going to take a lot of damage. Right now, Eshwell is forcing Faros to take a fight on the other side of the map, and I don't know if Faros has got the units to defend here. He's down to 83 villages. Eshwell's down to 69. So both of them have got bigger armies than they've had before now. They've really got settled in their economies. Eshwell's run out of food, though. So he's going to have to get some he's going to have to get some farms. Eshwell needs farms right now. He's actually just bought a bunch of food. Continuing to push into his opponent's base. Getting plow now. So Faros, brief bit of relief there with Eshwell having to dump a whole bunch of gold into food, but there's still this huge army on his doorstep, and I don't know if he's going to have enough. He's just popping out the war chariots now, but they're ill-positioned. A couple of them going down for free there. So the chariot's getting a huge amount of damage off on the lancers. So are the camels, but Eshwell now forced out of Faros' base once again. Real back and forth this game. Faros has only been just holding on a lot of this, but somehow he's made it work. And Eshwell has a huge amount of wood in the bank, but not a lot of gold, food. Faros with not a lot of stone or wood. The golden food though. A lot of idlers here. So the players starting to get a bit tired now. A bit of a big back and forth. I think Eshwell's just going to sacrifice a bunch of villagers while trying to get as much out of this gold mine as he can. Now he's even going to try and save the villagers. Bring them back onto the army. But Faros has the advantage of having this wall here, so this is a favourable choke for him. Faros going to creep up with the stables. This was just outside Faros' walls here. Faros going to continue to push into Eshwell and try and retreat as well. The Lancer charges getting hit off, but the camels holding the line. The chariots making short work of them. Eshwar forced back once again. His front line's all dead. Both players have lost their front lines here. But Pharos is maxed out now. And he's creeping forward in terms of score. This is the closest he's been in terms of score pretty much all game. Right now he's getting a whole bunch of villager kills of Eshwar's. He's got him down to 46 villagers. Eshwar's going to have to replace vills behind all this because now he's actually running out of his food and gold bank. He's really only got a huge amount of wood in the bank. So I think Pharos has staged a bit of a good comeback here. So Eshwar unable to really put the knife into Pharos, who's really solidifying his position once again. He's retreating now, but it won't be long before he's pushing back up again. He's actually up by about 60 population at the moment. So things are looking really positive for him. These stables are going to go up very soon. Eshwar, I'm wondering if he's going to make another attempt up here, but Pharos has already got a fortress up there of his own. Pharos 50 pop ahead. He needs to make a move soon if he wants to make a move because he's got Eshwar down to 90 gold and he's up by a huge amount of population. He's finally got himself the breathing room he's needed all game to finish it, while Eshwar in the meanwhile hasn't been able to do the same to him when the opportunity has arisen. In saying that, Eshwar has made a great use of this Egyptian stables composition. He needs to get elephants or something to try and break through into Pharos' base from another angle. Perhaps a flight of elephants just through this little gap here. Really put the dent in Pharos' game flow at the moment. But Pharos is now pushing Eshwar down in terms of score. Like I said, most of this game Eshwar's really been leading. Pharos has even got a Palanton on in the mix here. So he's creeping the army forward. He probably should just unsiege it just to try and get the hits off on the camels. I mean on the chariot ball. But it looks as though Pharos has sort of overplayed his hand here in a bit. I think he sort of underestimated just how much mounted archers he'd need to break through that last set of camels. And the Palanton is going to fall. Not before getting a couple of stables though. So Eshwar catching up again in terms of score. And Pharos back with his tail between his legs, down 30 pops. So Eshwar, now he's got the space to move. Oh, so really smart Palanton on use here from Pharos, who's chipping away at these farms of Eshwar. It's economy not to be messed with, being messed with. He's down to 57 villages, 58 villages to his opponent's 80. And he's going to come up here and try and deal with this. He's brought a war elephant in all of his army because there is some chariot archers here trying to harass all the villagers. So while Eshwar's trying to push up here, Pharos is going to creep around and try and push through Eshwar's base. We're going to have a bit of a base race here, I think, guys. Eshwar's sort of stopping in his tracks though before he pushes up, and then Pharos is straight into his base right now. So Pharos is actually sort of a bit ahead in terms of this push right now, I think. It's hard to tell with the base races. Pharos is focusing down that starting town centre of Eshwar's. Eshwar's in the meanwhile is focusing down all the houses and getting on top of the market line, but Pharos right now is well ahead in terms of the gold eco. So Eshwar losing his starting town centre, and Pharos moving forward to try and be more of a nuisance in Eshwar's base. Pharos has a lot of walls up though, so this is going to prove to be his benefit because he can really segregate his base, throw down a town centre here, and in the event everyone loses every TC, you've got a defended one here between some walls, whereas Eshwar won't have that opportunity. Although he could put one up here in between these two forts and be relatively just as safe. So both players in a really nice spot for this base trade right now, which is really epic to witness after half an hour of this sledging back and forth. These guys are really trying to make it happen against one another. It all comes down to this in this best of one. They're fighting for the Master Assassin's Gauntlet, no doubt. And Eshwar going to snipe another town centre of Pharos's, and Pharos is moving up to try and destroy more production of his opponents too. So Pharos actually adding in a bunch of sappers, but he's all the way down to 100 pop cap max and 170 pop. So he's trying to add in these sappers with very little to add them in with. And so he is going to get this town centre as well, but Eshwal's already cleared out 2 town centres, making his way through Pharos's production. It's been a very interesting base trade so far, very interesting game with all the back and forth action, but a lot of the camels are now down here trying to wipe out these gardens, which is going to really hurt the bad player because Pharos isn't going to have it as easy when it comes to producing units now. Everything's going to take that longer to train, and now he is going to get a third town centre of Eshwar's. Well, Eshwar focusing on a third town centre of Pharos's in just a moment. So both players having replaced a town centre too. But Pharos is all the way down in the bottom corner and taking another one. And I think he's bringing back all of his caravans because he wants to go for a market up here just outside of Eshwar's base. And he's slowly continuing to creep through Eshwar's base. Eshwar's now even the score up in terms of town centers taken in this base trade, so this is hell epic witnessing this. Both players have taken 3 town centers apiece and are continuing to base trade. What are we witnessing, guys? Eshwar throwing down 2 town centers inside Pharos's old base, so not to be outdone. Eshwar is doing whatever he can to stay in this one, and he's doing it with great effectiveness. He's got this double fort stack here, so this is going to make it hard for Pharos to push with anything other than like a big mass of sappers, which leaves him exposed in the event of a head-on fight, because Eshwar has a brilliant fighting composition right now with the fact that Pharos has locked up population with sappers and these chariot archers who've got these they've got nice base damage, but at the same time the camels can make light work of them. Pharos throwing down his second and a third town centre now. Eshwar's finished up to himself over here though, so Eshwar back up to 4 town centres very shortly. And Pharos, yeah, adding in a third. I mean, adding in his 4th, while his other one up here, which I think was originally his 3rd when he first started the game. First started this game, was, is being sacked right now, so... Oh, both players destroyed about 4 town centres apiece. Well, Eshwar has at least. Pharos has destroyed 3, about to get a 4th. Yeah, both players will be 4 town centres apiece right now. Eshwar still has 2 up inside Pharos's base. Pharos has 3 up inside Eshwar's old base. And a lot of idle units here for both players. So if they can get on top of that, whoever can maximise how much damage they can get out right now is going to be the victor. But it looks as though Eshwar's going to try and take a fight here. He really needs to get some more houses out, but he is adding houses in production. So is Pharos too. Pharos has restarted his market line too. So this is just brilliant play from both players. Markets out from Pharos over... Sorry, where they just were for Eshwar. Sorry about the cough, but this has just been a 4-hour nutty stream. And it just continues to get nuttier. This base trade has been epic. Like I said, these sappers, not really of great use in this army. And it looks like Eshwar's going to be able to repel Pharos here for the most part. So I wonder if Pharos is going to be able to remax behind this in time. But it's saying that no front line left for Eshwar, and he is backing off because Pharos does have some war chariots here in the mix, but Pharos doesn't have everything here taking the fight yet, so he needs to concentrate his army. 4th town centre starting up for Pharos. Eshwar still on 3, I believe. He's low on stone, doesn't have any markets just yet, so he needs to get a market out somewhere. Pharos bringing some sappers through, but they are getting caught by the army. Meanwhile, he is pushing up. And does he know about that town center? He does. He's just ignoring it for now. He wants to try and greet... I think he wants to try and greet Eshwar. And try and save the Ziggurat if he can, because he can get some upgrades out of that are useful. In saying that, he also probably wants to try and just end the game here and now, because he's maxed out, or nearly maxed out at 180 pop. Eshwar's down to 100 pop, so Pharos is, yeah, really looking to take a decisive lead for the first time in this base trade. It's been a huge back and forth here for both players, but Pharos' market line resetting up, and the fact that he's got this triple town center stack and already has all this production set up, I think he's a little bit ahead of Eshwar now. Eshwar doesn't have the stone to throw up another town center, doesn't have any gold, doesn't have a market set up right now, and I think this is GG. Pharos has really hemmed him into a corner unless Eshwar can force out a market somehow. And force out another town center. Make use of all these resources he's got locked up in the bank. He's continuing to add villages if he can. And Pharos is continuing to hit and run against Eshwar. He doesn't need to throw this army away and give his opponent the space to, yeah, like I said, get the markets out, get everything rolling again. Eshwar has his town center over here with only a single villager on like 2 health, on like 11 health, sorry. Just chilling. No villagers queued up out of that. There's some over here though. Gardens going down for Pharos. It's a really zany back and forth game, this one, but I think Pharos has finally broken Eshwar. Eshwar falling down to under 45 pop and does throw in the tower. GG, what a hell of a game. What a way to end this stream, guys. That was just something else. GG, well played to both of our players and to all of our players today. And thank you all for watching. But I think I'm going to head to bed. I'll see you guys around, hey?